You are about to opt in to Monerotopia, a show for the Monero community where all are welcome to join. From noob to maxi, no matter what bags you hold. Just sit back and relax to the sweet sounds of Monero's latest progress. Or if you're feeling inspired, join us on stage. Remember, the only thing that can stop Monero is a false belief that it can be stopped. And if you want to win the revolution faster, we recommend you remove your XMR from all custodial exchanges immediately. Warning, voting accidents are common around here. Don't forget to properly secure your private keys. Monerotopia starts now.
Alrighty. What's up, Bawdy? What's going on, man?
Good morning. GM.
How you feeling? You feeling those photons?
No, I don't think I really noticed anything, but one thing that kind of convinced me that people do experience it is I had a family member. So we had a pretty big storm arrive. I think it was like a month ago, and a family member of mine was kind of going through some stuff, and I said, "Hey, we got hit by like a solar storm, starting on this date through about I think it was like Wednesday or something." And that was like exactly the time frame that they were feeling kind of weird, and they maybe have some underlying conditions. So I was like, man, you read that stuff and you're like, well, whatever, who knows? But then when I had a family member that had problems lining up with exactly that time frame on our last solar storm, the last time we had a big aurora, I said, well, okay, maybe this is something.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see how it wouldn't have an effect on people, right? I mean, look at what the moon does, and so this is one of the larger ones, right?
Yeah, we haven't
in
seen
recent history.
something this big since the Halloween storm in 2003.
Okay. Have you always kind of kept an eye on this? Is this something you were
Not
always
at all.
interested in? Okay.
No, not at all.
Yeah,
Kinda- I
you
don't
dropped.
know.
You were the alpha on this for me. Like I didn't even know this was happening until I saw your tweet. I was like, "What?" And then I started hearing, and then I started seeing it around. It wasn't on my radar. The solar eclipse was very much on my radar, but I didn't really see news on it. I didn't even know it was coming.
You guys
Pretty
were in
big
the
deal.
city. Were you able to see the aurora last night?
No, I don't think so. I was looking up around midnight. I don't know if that was. I don't know when was prime time for New York. I don't even know.
I mean, down here in Mexico, obviously, I just assumed we weren't going to see anything. But it was like, I think there was. It's hard to say, right? Because it's not like it's a constant storm, but
right. How did the clouds affect it? Is it that you can't see anything if there's clouds, or?
Oh yeah, if there's clouds, you're probably not going to see too much. Maybe if it's really bright,
Yeah,
you
New
kind
York
of see the clouds being like a little bit of of a particular shade or something. But
yeah. I feel like they should have made a bigger deal out of this. I mean, the solar eclipse, everybody was like trying to go and see and travel all over the world. This seems like more accessible for a lot of people, and it wasn't even talked about much, unless I just wasn't paying attention. Well, but it seemed like something worth going out of the way. From what I saw of the pictures, it looked like worth going out of your way for to see.
It really would have been, yeah. The thing is, it's hard to. You get these solar flares, and then 24 to 48 hours later, they hit the Earth, and so you're not quite sure exactly when that might happen.
Yeah, it's hard to predict, right? And how are they even predicting, forecasting that it was going to happen? Or was it that they just gave 48 hours notice, or was it predicted for some time?
So there's a lot of satellite imagery that's constantly looking at the sun. And you can see these like massive solar flares, and when they pop, you can actually see the particle cloud that goes out into space. So they have a bunch of different perspectives, and they can put all that together to say, okay, where is this cloud headed? Is it going to hit Earth? And relatively, about how strong is it? The thing that makes like this wasn't a particularly like it wasn't some massive super flare or something like that. It was a strong flare that you would see during the solar maximum, but Earth's magnetic field has dropped like maybe 30%, somewhere between 25 and 35% in the last 100 years or so. So the magnetic field is dropping pretty quickly, actually. It seems to be accelerating. And so smaller solar events have larger effects on Earth.
Awesome, man. I'm just tweeting out the show. Guys, like and share. We got 55 live viewers right now. Tux was unavailable this week. He might have gotten a good view of the Aurora Borealis, actually. I think he was supposed to be on a plane.
Yeah. Yeah, I tweeted out and he's like, I'm getting on a plane soon. Like, well, it's not like a satellite global kill shot to the electric grid or anything. It's just
he'll get a little extra radiation on that one. I don't know.
Yeah.
They should lower the ticket prices a little bit for.
Hold your hand next to the window. Maybe you can see some bones.
Oh man! All right, well,
should be all weekend, man. Like we should still have. We're gonna get hit. There's like 7
really?
incoming.
Okay.
Yeah, there were 6 different solar flares. A couple of them combined, but effectively 3 of the 6 have hit so far. So there's probably going to be more Aurora tonight. So hypothetically, you could find a place, maybe drive out away from the city a little bit. You might be able to see some good lights.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
I might just do that. Are they watching? I know obviously they're watching the sun. Are they like watching the hot spots on the sun, like hot or cold, and watching as they're merging and making predictions that way? Are they? How far back are they going in their prediction, or it's only once it happens? Do they know?
It's pretty unpredictable, and not all solar flares produce coronal mass ejections, which is those proton clouds, those particle clouds that cause the aurora. So you can they'll be tracking the solar flares, but you don't know if or when they're going to pop. And obviously it needs to be facing somewhat in the direction of Earth when it does pop. So usually you've probably only got like 2 days maximum notice before to say, oh shit, we're about to get a strong aurora. So it's really hard to predict. It's not like Earth weather where you can just predict it for a week or 2 out in advance.
We've had a lot of big events here in New York that were that haven't happened in quite some time. We had the earthquake, the solar eclipse, now the Aurora Borealis, right? Possibly view. It's pretty cool that it's all happening near each other.
Exciting,
right? Exciting.
Supposedly the solar activity is related to earthquakes. Like it's related to a lot of other phenomena as well.
Like it's causing earthquakes in some way?
Yeah, like for the next, say 2 to 4 weeks, there's a higher earthquake risk.
Really?
It doesn't mean that you're going to get like some massive, again, people like to be sort of sensationalist with it sometimes, but yeah, there's a higher risk of earthquakes. It doesn't mean that there's going to be like some massive earthquake that chops California off into the Pacific or anything. But yeah, they're associated with higher earthquake risk.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. I know the eclipses as well, right?
I think. Maybe I don't think I'd heard that one. It could be. I've
heard that one. Yeah. Wild, man. I'm just trying to understand Monero. Jesus.
It's enough just to try and get our heads around a little bit of technology, much less the damn sun.
How does Monero tie into all this on a deeper level?
I don't know. Maybe some crazy people have been smashing the buy button. Perhaps darknet drug purchases have gone up.
What is like your if you had to dream up crazy future prediction of crypto and how it could be at its peak, right? Like how crazy can things get in terms of how it alters the universe? If you want to go down that path, like we now have it seems like as far as we know as humans, for the first time, the ability to store data, right? Store a database, track a database that is truthful, and that the more, the larger it gets, the more energy we put into it, the more true it gets. What are your thoughts there on kind of like I don't know, sci-fi level?
All right, if you're looking for fan fiction, sci-fi fan fiction, I guess I'd say room temperature semiconductors are discovered or verified and validated in the next 10 years. And in the next 20 years, all of us have a quantum computer in our pockets. In the next 50 years, all of us are augmenting our cerebral capacity with quantum computing, and we're storing our private keys internally in our head. Obviously, within 100 years, we basically telepathy is just, it's run of the mill thing. Everybody has telepathy. So we don't even like use half of these things anymore, but we still use cryptocurrency, and we're all dedicating like some small portion of our cerebral CPU to mining Monero. And obviously, hyper Moneroization has completely decimated all other coins. And we've made it quantum resistant, clearly. I mean, obviously, that would be the first thing that would happen. And then basically the galaxy starts using Monero, and then eventually time travel is discovered, and we go back to the heat beginning of the universe, in which Monero becomes the standard from the beginning to the end. It becomes the alpha and the omega. And obviously, everyone's going to be running a version of the Monero Nodo, which will also have been upgraded during this entire process. So make sure to buy your Nodos now while they're cheap, and then you can get the brain chip later.
Holy shit, man. That was straight up. That was better than Chat GPT-4. That was insane. That was insane. Amazing.
Just inspired by the Aurora, man. It changed my thinking. Yeah. Augmented my circuits.
It's the geniuses that get attracted to Monero that make me so interested in it. Yeah, fascinating.
But hold your horses there. But I'm definitely not a genius. Like just
you're dude. I don't know. You're a genius in your own right, for sure.
Guys like Luke are definitely.
He's a different kind of genius. Different kind. Yeah, I mean, Jesus Christ, Luke. I saw somebody making a tweet this week. I think we'll bring it up during the news. Actually, we'll bring it up during the news. All right. So yeah, anything to bring up now? I guess, guys, Monerotopia. Let me try to. Actually, let me share my screen for a second.
Smash the like, guys.
Do it, guys. Like and share. Actually, yeah, let me bring up the Nodo.
Sorry, go ahead.
Did it work? What's going on? Oh. Where'd my share screen go? Okay, here we go. There we go. Nodo, guys. We're hoping to have Nodos in hand at MoneroCon. That's what we're striving to do. We're hoping to get there. We recently upgraded the Nodo, so now it comes with 32 gigabytes of RAM instead of 16. But the upgrade slowed us down a little bit, and not everybody that originally bought the Nodo decided to upgrade. Some wanted to keep the 16, which is fine. So we're going to produce like 30 of the 16s and then 70s of the larger 32s. And so the 16s were able to produce faster for whatever reason, because it's not a design change. So that's part of the reason why we're doing that. So the first 30 will be the 16 gigabyte. 16 gigabyte of RAM, and then the next 70 will be the 32. And we're hoping to have them at MoneroCon. So go ahead and order. I think we've sold like 70 to date. We want to sell these all out, and that helps us just kind of further grow this, and then we could start working on other things. So just wanted to shill that.
And those are legit specs, by the way. Like, I just got to chime in and say those are good specs. Like, that's the kind of stuff that you would want, on a nice laptop.
Yeah, Abdullah is doing a great job, man. He's really, on top of this, and he wants it to be as good as it can be. That's why he wanted to upgrade the RAM as well. It would have been fine without it, but he just wants to make this thing as good as it could possibly be. He's doing a fantastic job. He's really particular. He's really skilled. Monerotopia, guys. It's going to be in Mexico City again in November. It's going to be 4 days instead of 3 this time. We're going to have 2 marketplaces instead of 1. Not much has changed on the website recently, only because we've been focusing on many other things, which we'll be talking about today. Copa Monero, actually one of them, that we'll talk about next week. That's ready to go live soon too. The first Copa Monero game is going to be live streamed at MoneroCon, and then the Copa Monero finals will be live streamed at Monerotopia. So it's going to be, Copa Monero is going to be, I think, a good surprise. It's going to be, I think, fun to watch throughout the summer. There'll be 1 or 2 games every other weekend. There's going to be 12 teams competing. They're going to play, I think, 15 games overall. So should be cool. But yeah, Monerotopia, not much has changed on the website. But there's a lot to come. We're going to blow this out of the water. We're going to get a lot of people involved, a lot of different privacy tech projects involved, get everybody hyped up about opting out and using digital cash, all coming together over that concept. Whether you're into Bcash or you're into Zcash or you're into Monero, obviously being the focus, right? All roads lead to Monero. But I want to bring in these other communities of people that really are into the digital cash aspects of crypto, whether or not they have found Monero yet. They all will eventually. But I think it's important we continue to reach out. And so that worked out really well last year. And I think I could see that getting bigger and better this year. And then just trying to bring in people beyond crypto, people that are in like the freedom fighter arena, get those people in, people that should be into Monero, that should be spreading Monero to their followers. We'll try to get some of those people involved as well. And that's all I got.
Word.
Bawdy, you want to take it away with price?
Sure.
Let's do it. Hold up.
Roll credits.
Okay.
The Monerotopia Price Report segment is sponsored by LocalMonero. Avoid using KYC exchanges. Buy and sell Monero directly for fiat, peer-to-peer.
Okay.
All right. So we've got some little bit of price action to talk about. Really not too much. I wouldn't say a whole lot of things happen in the market. Hopefully this morning, I've got all my technical issues worked out. Tux suggested that I run a mem check, a RAM test on my system. And indeed, I had some errors. So maybe that was the cause of my crash tabs. I guess today we'll find out. Okay, so we're looking here at the Monero US dollar chart, and we've actually had just a little bit of positive action. These are 4-hour candles. So last time we talked would have been like May 4th, I believe. So back right around here. So you can see we've had a little bit of positive action, almost to the tune of 10%. And we've broken now to the upside this sort of pleb line, sort of pleb pattern here, this sideways triangle that we've been in for a while. And then you can see it just in general in the wave magic, the lower standard deviations. We are now trying to get back into this area. It's possible. Again, like I don't typically enjoy too much the technical analysis on Monero. I don't necessarily think that it holds up very well that often. But hey, good breaking of technical patterns is something that we'd love to see it, right? So hopefully if we could manage, if price can manage to get back into this area and stabilize, that actually would be a very good sign. It does seem difficult to believe that after all the negative stuff that's happened and we're still sitting here swimming, treading water, we're still, in the mid hundreds. I mean, that's a good sign, right? Like we've said for a long time, Monero's price is based on organic action. It's not based on the hype. It's not getting all the help from all the wash trading and the front running and all the bullshit that we see on the crypto, the assortment of crypto exchanges. We've had to earn our price every step of the way. So all in all, I'm just fine with what Monero's price is doing. As I tweeted out this morning, I use Monero for freedom, not for mad gains. And if your instinctive response is to be like, have fun staying poor, well, then you probably have a poverty mentality. If that's your mentality, you probably need whatever other coin you're referencing, whatever other coin you're trying to shill. You probably need that thing to do 100x for you, because most people aren't going to be that toxic when you're trying to talk about freedom and technology, to just be like, talk about how rich they are or how rich they presume they're going to be, right? That's poverty mentality. So one of the good things we've seen develop this past week or so is there's been a little bit of a rebound on the XMR BTC price. So we've seen Monero start moving to the upside. Relatively speaking, we've outperformed Bitcoin to the tune of about 21%. We still have a long way to go. So that's not to pretend like we have fully recovered. We had quite the devastating hit, relatively speaking. Most of that, well, at least half of that was Bitcoin pumping, on the halving and the ETF and all that stuff, as Monero was being smashed to the downside for the delisting. So Again, we've talked about this before. Let's go to the daily candles. We've talked about this before. This is a bottoming pattern, or at least in a technical analysis sense. You would look at this and say that's largely a bottoming pattern. At a minimum, you really expect to make it back to these lower standard deviation levels. That's standard price action. That's normally, like, I would say 90% of the time, 80% of the time, this is how price action unfolds. Price should make it back to these lower standard deviations. Now, hypothetically, after it does that, from a technical standpoint, it could come back down after that. But at any rate, this is somewhat of a midterm bottoming pattern over the course of months, and it could still take a few more months to play out. That's how that typically how those kinds of things play out. So we also saw a similar kind of action on Monero versus Ethereum, where Monero is again coming back to the upside, making a kind of a rebound here. So I can't remember, what is that dotted line? Seems like I would have. There we go. Yeah, so this dotted line represents the last, back in 2021, the low that happened for Monero versus Ethereum. And yeah, we're basically about to touch that line. That could potentially be some kind of resistance there. Although that's difficult to say. How big is the liquidity between Monero and Ethereum, right? Like, usually technical analysis and big eyeball places on the chart, typically those matter because a lot of people see them and then trade in those kinds of directions, right? Self-reinforcing kinds of patterns. How big is the liquidity from Monero to Ethereum? I don't know. I haven't looked at the atomic swaps lately to see how much liquidity is there. As you guys know, as I've said many times, I try to trade as little as possible, even as I keep my eye on the market and just like looking for opportunities. The price divergences haven't really been anything to speak of, although I guess you could say things have been slightly to the positive end here for most of the exchanges. For whatever reason, Poloniex and Justin Sun just really hate Monero. They just can't find it in the good graces of their heart to actually put Monero at a 0 point, to oscillate around the 0 point. So they just try and like shit on the price as much as possible in their personal exchange. I don't really know what's going up with that guy. Or how he is not in jail yet, but maybe he's useful to the cabal in some capacity. But I don't know, right? That's just me speculating. So don't come at me, bro, Justin Sun. No, just kidding. I shouldn't be talking that much trash about such a powerful, influential young man in crypto. Okay, so now we're looking at XMR versus gold, and you'll notice that these long-term lower standard deviations have been kind of a support for the XMR to gold ratio. Yeah, I mean, what can I say about this chart? Hopefully that's the bottom. Hopefully that's stabilization. We'll look at gold a little bit later. Gold is still doing good. It hasn't made new all-time highs, but it's treading water. We'll take a look at the rest of crypto here. Perhaps starting with the Bitcoin. Maybe I should have centered this chart before we started the price report. Oh, that's right. I was just dorking around last night. Okay, so this is the long-term Bitcoin chart. We talked about not being like super impressed with this chart last week. It's not that this chart is terrible. It's not like that this thing is just ready to break down into oblivion or anything. It's just it doesn't feel like strength. It's kind of in this larger pattern here. It didn't do too much. It kind of recovered a bit last week, and then it fell. Actually, let's zoom in a little bit closer here. When we last got off the horn, yeah, Bitcoin had pumped to the top side to try and test this sort of pleb line here, and it's still having problems. If we drop down a little bit, we can go down to the 4-hour and take a little bit closer look, particularly at the wave magic, which again is just standard deviations. Blue lines are upper standard deviations. Orange lines are lower standard deviations, and then the white lines, the faint white lines, I don't know if you guys can see that, but those are moving averages. If you're having trouble seeing the charts, make sure, sometimes YouTube will downgrade your resolution, so make sure you click the 1080p button, force it to be 1080p, because otherwise you won't see these lines very clearly. Oh, one thing I also forget is to zoom in. There we go. Maybe that makes it a bit easier to see. So yeah, right now Bitcoin is trending on those lower standard deviations. Maybe at some point here it'll find some support. We'll look at the macro later. It is questionable right now how much further this run can continue. I'm still not top calling, but it's possible that the top could be in. I'm 50-50 on it. I couldn't really give you a good prediction there on whether or not I think the top is in. So it would make some sense to me to get like a wick to the upside to like make a new all-time high on a wick that lasts for like a day, maybe 2 days. That would kind of be my bias right now towards thinking in that kinds of terms, or in that kind of like outcome. we'll just have to wait and see, right? Like the macro isn't horrible, but it's not good either. In a lot of ways, actually, I'll save that till we get to the macro. Let's take a look at shitcoins really quick. Some pink colored shitcoin here pumped quite a lot. What would that be? I think that would be FTT. Yeah. So Sam Bankman is now in jail, I guess, or prison. So now FTT can pump a little bit more. Looks like TRX is still doing good. So I guess Justin Sun, we could talk more about him. He's doing good. And you'll notice XMR, us in red, we're actually breaking away from the pack in terms of the Z-scores. And again, Z-scores are measuring the performance of the coin relative to its own past performance, relative to its own moving average. In this case, we could change this, but right now we're looking at the 100-period moving average. This would be the 8-hour chart, so we could also go to the daily, right? So this would be a 100-day moving average. You're saying, how has this coin performed relative to the past 100-day of its own moving average, centered at the 0 point? And that's what enables us to sort of overlay all of these coins together. And you'll notice that if we look at the 100-day, that does kind of change the way the picture looks just a little bit. You'll see that FTT has still been pumping, but only getting back to the 0 point. So yeah, like Z-scores are cool. They're useful. If we go down to the 8-hour, that gives us, right, obviously a closer near-term version of what's happening with shitcoins. So yeah, on the lower time frames, I guess this would be like the 33-day look back time frame. Moving average time frame, you can see that a few coins are performing better than the others. All right, that's enough about shitcoins. Let's take a look at let's take a look at the XMR nodes. I guess that hasn't really changed. We kind of like touch on this every now and then. 22,000 nodes, cool. Looks like we got quite a few across the world. We could also look at the Monero transactions. These have basically come back down to some kind of stability level. At the right around the 25,000, centered around 25,000, at least for the past week. All of this stuff that was happening here, you know, that was some kind of attack. There have been a number of propositions about what that might have been. It could just be a combination of everything. So one thing that is encouraging, here we go. Let's zoom in on that. So if you look back here all the way to the left, that's September 2022. So this is kind of the depths of the bear market, right? The very, very bottom of the bear market before things started to come back. And you'll notice that basically Monero has had steadily increasing lower lows on every dip that the transaction count takes, the daily transaction count. That's getting higher and higher every time. So this is an encouraging chart. It's a slow moving chart. Like there's no two ways about this. This chart moves slowly, but our transaction counts are now starting to increase little by little. And of course, that would make sense, right? We've lost a lot of centralized exchanges. People are going to have to do more transactions outside of that exchange ecosystem. Ecosystem makes it sound nice and rosy, but it's really not. But the exchange industry, perhaps, people are going to have to do more transactions on chain now. So it would make sense that we're seeing more transactions. And of course, we are seeing just more friendly attitudes towards Monero after all the bullshit that's gone down for the past, really just say, I guess, the last month. So that's a positive look, more adoption. Let's take a quick look at Bitcoin versus the stock market. We haven't looked at this chart in maybe a month or so. Effectively, Bitcoin still has yet to even broach all-time highs or get close to all-time highs. Still sitting about 20% below there in terms of the all-time highs relative to the NASDAQ. And the NASDAQ, again, is the assortment of tech stocks, right? So like Tesla, you would find Tesla under the NASDAQ, Microsoft, MicroStrategy, and all the other micro corporations out there that are actually mega corporations will be found on the NASDAQ, at least the tech ones. So yeah, Bitcoin has had significantly good upside performance relative to tech stocks to the NASDAQ. And at the moment, it's basically sitting above these long-term upper standard deviations. One thing, it's uncommon to see something go from like the bottom of a bear market to these lower standard deviations after having had a large run, right? These tops right here is what formed the blue bands, right? That's what defined in a lot of ways how those blue bands would unfold into the future. It's uncommon to see something go from the low level, from these lower standard deviations, pump to the upper end of these upper standard deviations, and then just keep going. In almost all cases, what I see from charts, like, okay, this would come up and it would need to take some more sustained pullback. It could stay in the upper standard deviation bands, and some kind of action like that would actually be very bullish for Bitcoin. Or other times you would see it fall to some other key level or something. You'll notice that in this chart, the You'll notice these bands are quite wide, like the moving average here, the white bands. That's a very wide area, and it encompasses a lot of the chart. So it's in this case, it's not super useful for calling exact pullback levels. There's a couple that would stand out, right? This lower standard deviation level here. That's a big kind of level. You might say, okay, that's if you're of the bull thesis in general, right? If you're looking at a pullback to get into the market relative to the NASDAQ, you would maybe be trying to wait for some kind of action down there, and then you would try and buy it. Like if that was your bigger macro thesis was Bitcoin long versus the stock market, you would look for a level like that to add to your position or whatever. So anyways, all I'm saying here is that this chart has run for quite a while, and this would be a token in my mind that says maybe bearish, right? Things have gone well above the standard deviation. It just straight up pumped there. And this would kind of signal to me some kind of bearish sentiment here. Again, we're trying to get the big picture. What lines up, right? Are we seeing a congruent picture across all of the different things we look at? Or is it confused? And right now, I kind of say things are a little bit confused. We're seeing some bullish signs. We're seeing some bearish signs. Starting from Q3, Q4 of last year when the pump began, all the signs looked bullish. And what I'm starting to see now is a little bit of confusion. What I'm starting to see is kind of the reverse situation that we saw at the end of 2022 and the beginning of 2023. Back then, so for September, October, one thing I was saying is that everything looks fucking horrible. All the signs are bad. Everything looks down. The bear market is still here. Another crash is almost certainly on the way. And then at the end of that year, we started saying, a lot of these macro signs are starting to look a bit confused. Whereas everything was pointing down, now some things are starting to point up. Some things still point down. It still looks bad, but it doesn't look nearly quite as bad as it did back in, say, November, October. So I'm feeling like that, but in reverse here. I'm starting to see things that the Bitcoin chart doesn't look like strength anymore. We're starting to see, let's go ahead and take a look at macro. We've seen significant dollar strength now for a period of time. Right? We've seen dollar move up significantly. Technically speaking, on the short term, we're still in this, you would maybe call this a bullish flag. There's been some volatility, a little bit to the upside, a little bit to the downside. At the moment, to me, this is looking like the dollar is consolidating at this first lower standard deviation band. And while that's not like quite as bullish as it would have been to just smash to the upside here, I would still put the balance of probabilities personally in my mind towards moving to these upper standard deviations here. I think the Dixie is still looking at a period of relative strength, which tends to be anti-correlated with risk assets. Another thing that we're seeing in the macro that's starting to look a bit concerning is that the reverse repos have started to fall off a little bit. Effectively, a lot of these reverse repos coming out of the Federal Reserve, so that was money parked with the Federal Reserve overnight, that wasn't doing anything, but they were getting the overnight federal funds rate for storing their money there. The movement of that money out of the Federal Reserve and into other stuff, right? And these are institutions, so they're buying the stock market, they're buying just generally financial assets. Moving out of the Federal Reserve, the funds rate is almost certainly them moving into longer term bonds that are now yielding higher and stocks. So the fact that this chart, you'll notice it's kind of curled under, right? There was this downslope here for a long time, and then it slowly started to curl under, and now it's basically it's flatlined, right? We're basically at a flat line. So this chart, what it shows us is that the liquidity to pump risk assets typically needs to come from somewhere. And right now it's not coming from the reverse repos, right? So the idea is that, well, it might be harder to make fat gains on risk assets without money coming from somewhere, particularly out of the reverse repos. So this chart is one, it's not bearish per se, but it's not bullish in the way that it was, for the past 6 months or so. So there's that to keep in the back of our mind. And then the global liquidity situation looks about flat as well. If anything, the global liquidity has been falling off a little bit, and the U.S. liquidity is kind of flat topped. So this is a bigger look. This also includes reverse repos, but this is also a bigger look at bank balance sheets and treasuries. Let me get this right: bank balance sheets, M2SL, and I can't remember if I put treasuries into this or not. I think I did. Maybe we'll just take a look at it here. Yeah, U.S. Treasury balance sheet. And so we do include the U.S. Treasury balance sheet in this calculation. In other words, if the government is spending a lot of money because they're printing a lot of money, well, that should count towards inflation. It may somewhat, I'm not convinced how much the U.S. Treasury balance sheet contributes towards mad gains and risk assets, but it might. At any rate, it's flatlined, right? No, I should say flatline. That's not quite the right terminology, but it rolled over, right? It's basically flat now for the past few months. The point of all of that is just to point out that things are not nearly so bullish positive at this moment as they would have been 4 months ago, when everything just looked up and the news was here and the hype was here and the liquidity was flowing, et cetera, et cetera. Just know that things aren't quite as amazing as they have been in the past, and just don't expect any mad gains anytime soon. If you can play the shitcoin game and you can pick the right stocks, I'm sure you can get some mad gains. I'm sure there's good stuff and good plays to be had out there, for those that are degenerate enough to try their hand at it. Okay, so let's take a look at gold, which is not a degenerate play. Gold has seemed to found a little bit of support here on these long-term purple bands. The purple bands being basically the blue bands plus like a cool little derivation that allows us to see a little bit higher into the statistical realm. It's a concept I invented, so maybe it's dubious, but it seems to me that it works pretty well. So at any rate, yeah, gold has had a nice run here to the top side, to the tune of about 2,400, and starting to push back up towards, trying to make another all-time high here. I feel like gold has been sort of neglected and dejected and rejected for a period of time while everything was inflating, and I feel like gold is playing a bit of catch up here. So it feels like it kind of found some support here on these purple bands, and I mean, I own gold. I want it to go up. I would love to see it make it to this big line here. That line you'll see is effectively just drawn from 2 points of 2 points of interest. Man, this chart takes forever to go backwards. Maybe I should just click the 3 month from now on. Yeah, okay, so here we go. We got this like big rising triangle. I mean, this thing is a 30, 40 year kind of pattern here. So yeah, I mean, obviously I want to see gold at least make it up to the top of that pattern, which would put us somewhere around 2,650. At that point, in my mind, I'm going to be looking for an opportunity maybe to flip into some kind of property purchase, right? Real estate, land, whatever. But that's just me personally and life goals and things like that. Let's take a little break here and take a look at the YouTube comments. I always forget to check them. Okay, talked about still waiting on Elon to accept Doge for Teslas. Yeah, maybe we could even take a look at the Tesla chart. Guys, the Tesla chart looks like death right now. Things aren't looking good for Tesla at the moment. Like they're in hot water. They've got problems. They've got competition now. Their FSD is like in hot water with authorities and whatnot. They're missing targets. They have no new products. Basically, they've got the Cybertruck, but that thing's not really okay. It's a novelty, but is it really working out? Like they've got problems. They're at the very beginning here of these lower standard deviation bands are starting to curl down. They haven't, maybe I say this chart looks like death. Maybe it's not quite that bad, but man, this chart doesn't look good. Like I wouldn't be in Tesla, guys. Like personally, this just the sea of everything that I see out there. It's like Tesla's probably not your best bet. I mean, and so look at what's happened, right? We've had a large bull market run for this entire time period, and Tesla's down 50% overall. So like this is not the chart that you would expect to see from Tesla in a bull market as everything else is pumping. So yeah, that's just one thing. Tesla. Maybe it's because he hasn't accepted Doge, right? If he accepted Doge, Tesla chart would obviously be at Doge prices, which are like really, really good, overall, if you bought, say 2021. Okay, more YouTube. If the NASDAQ sells off, BTC's move is done. 100% Percy Block. That's exactly correct. I have way more accuracy than Finance Tube. Thanks, bro. Demi Goddard. I'd like to think that I generally get the market somewhere in the neighborhood of correct. Does the node show the map for the map? Okay, so let's go back to the map, the XMR nodes. It doesn't show nodes on Tor. And yeah, there was like problems with Tor, which the news will get to later. And gold just broke out. So it was about to go nuts. Yeah, that's one thing traditionally has happened is that when gold breaks out and proves it's in a bull market, silver shortly follows. One thing that's interesting is we'll go to the gold silver chart, the gold silver ratio. This is XAU gold divided by XAG silver. So as this chart goes up, that means gold is doing better than silver. And we have seen a little bit of silver outperformance, but man, not terribly so. Like to the tune of about 10%. Okay. But we haven't seen, like the 2x overperformance of silver to gold. So it's interesting that this sort of like triangle pattern broke to the top side, and now it looks like it kind of wants to extend itself and break to the downside. Yeah, I don't know. I got burned. I've got like an emotional aversion to silver because back in the day I got burned. I bought, it was actually post 2017. I had bought some gold from my Bitcoin gains. No, I'm sorry. I bought silver off my Bitcoin gains, kind of just not understanding the markets. And I should have bought gold because gold way overperformed and silver didn't. So now I've just got this aversion to silver where I find it hard to purchase it. Yeah, here's another thought on that. Silver will tend, yes, when we're in a convincing bull market, especially and gold is in a bull market and everything's in a bull market, silver is 100% going to overperform gold. But you know what's going to overperform silver? The stock market. And you know what's going to outperform the stock market? Crypto. So it's kind of like silver does make better outsized gains, but it does it when your best bet is being in some other, like in the maximum degeneracy, unfortunately. I think that's on purpose. I really do think that assets are managed that way in general. To try and limit the relative potential of the sovereign assets that the quote unquote sovereign governments don't want other people to hold, right? They don't want anyone else to be sovereign but themselves. So with that, I think we're basically about done here. Federal Reserve balance sheet continues to drop. Bonds, we'll take a quick look at bonds. Down here at the bottom.
I'm just going to jump in. Percy Block is asking, has John Bush ever been on Monerotopia? No, but he will be a speaker at the Monerotopia conference.
Oh, right on.
Which
yeah, John's a nice guy.
Yeah, I figured you knew him.
Longtime freedom fighter. Coming at you from Austin, Texas. Okay, so let's see. The last thing we'll look at here is these bonds, their bonds. Nothing exciting here. Dropped off a little bit. If you're the kind of person that wants to buy bonds, I mean, and there might be a reason to do so. If you have a large amount of cash sitting in a bank, because maybe you got a shitload of cash or a shitload of money in crypto and other assets, and you're like, yeah, I want some spending capital. I go on flights and I rent fancy cars or whatever. I'm parking some cash. You might actually buy a bond, right? If you've got cash just sitting around and it's not earning you any yield, yet these bonds are getting 4.5% to 5.5%. It might be reasonable for you to put some money into a bond. I'm not saying you should invest in bonds, but hey, let's suppose you've got 100 grand sitting in a bank account somewhere, a couple $100 grand, and you want, 5%. Hey, that's $5,000, $10,000 you might make in a year, just from putting that in some kind of money market or buying some kind of bond, a liquid bond that you can get in and out of. I'm not saying that I think that's for everyone, but some people, especially higher net worth individuals that just tend to have cash sitting around, a bond is not a bad place to park some cash while you're waiting to decide what to do with it. At any rate, this chart is unimportant at the moment. There's nothing scary or suspicious happening here, at least not on the short time frames. Remember, we're looking for action of the yield curve inversion back to the positive territory in rapid fashion, and then we're looking for a rapid drop in bonds. That kind of action tells us that a tail risk event is coming, and that it's time to batten down the hatches. But that time is not now. So just know that we'll be watching that. And with that, that's what price looks like today, guys.
All right. Thank you so much.
Fiend.
I don't know if you... What's that?
I said fiend. In /n /rant.
Thank you, man. Thank you so much. Yes, stick around if you can, Bawdy.
Yeah, I'll be here.
We're gonna do news next. Let's get Tony up here.
Tony.
Hey guys, happy weekend.
Man?
Good. How are you guys?
Good. Are you ready to do news?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it. Hold up. Let me.
You want me to?
Hold on, let me play the new one. Actually, by the way, obviously we'll be mentioning it in the news, but our price report was sponsored by LocalMonero, so I guess we are looking for a new news sponsor. We'll get into the sad news with LocalMonero in just a moment.
The Monerotopia Weekly News segment is sponsored by WizardSwap.io, a non-custodial cryptocurrency exchange.
All right, Tony.
Okay, so let me share my screen. Okay, so let's actually start off with what Doug said.
Where's your screen here? Okay.
Can you guys see it?
Go ahead. Yes.
Okay. So this is really, really sad news. So LocalMonero posted on Twitter that after almost 7 years, they've been in operation from the beginning of Monero, pretty much. But starting today, or actually on May 7th, they're winding down the process of shutting down. And it's going to finish in 6 months. Oh my God.
Oh, shit.
I need to actually decide.
Windows.
So, I know. So actually, because I'm dual booting on Linux and I barely use Windows anymore, and just for the news, but I'm going to figure out how to get the audio on Linux. And I'm just going to literally get rid of Windows. I hate Windows. I'm probably going to do it today. Just get rid of Windows and just do it on Linux because it's just driving me insane. And Windows 11 sucks, by the way. It's awful. Okay, so back to LocalMonero. Yeah, so this is very sad. Let's go on what they posted. Yeah, so they're still going to, like, if you have any questions, their support team is going to be available until the closure on November 7th. So we're still going to have support until then, but it's really, really sad news. And let me see, they wrote something. Where was it?
So what's the date of the last trade before trading is totally shut down?
All trades have to be finalized or canceled prior to November 7th. And let me see where they wrote. Oh, yes, here. Okay, so LocalMonero has been around for most of Monero's life. Fortunately, the Monero ecosystem has matured a lot over these years. So they are shutting down, but we're going to have Avino, we're going to have dexes like Sarai, Atomic Swaps, the coming edition of full blockchain anonymity set, replacing rings of 16, as well as the continuing and rapidly accelerating development of the Monero protocol. We're confident that Monero's future is bright with or without our platform. Which is true, but it's still really sad to see them go.
Yeah, we don't really know what happened. I mean, we could assume the worst, which is that they were essentially forced to shut down, given the kind of the redefining of money laundering and the redefining of the need of need to have a money service license. So they felt that they were threatened. I mean, the fact is, the way LocalMonero functions is they did hold the Monero during trades, and then would pass it off to the buyer. So they were kind of always a target in that respect, right, Bawdy? Am I getting that right? I mean, they didn't use multisig. I know they used that bond system, but effectively, Monero was held and then passed on.
I guess I don't really know. I always thought it was multisig. I thought like they were an arbitrator on the 2 of 3 multisig, but maybe you're right. Maybe it's just a bond that gets posted and
yeah, it was explained to me, and I should have a better handle on it, but I kind of forgot. And hopefully we'll get Alex on here to talk about things at some point. But I do think that kind of made them a bit of a target in that respect. Granted, it was just putting together buyers and sellers. Mm-hmm. But given what we've seen with how the government has kind of moved the goalpost on what they consider a money transmitter, LocalMonero was in the bullseye.
It does seem like the government has sort of pivoted here to saying that that anyone that's posting the order book, like, because that's one of the that's a key function that you need to do trades. You need some kind of coordinator that either whether it's trades or mixing or whatever. Like, even if all of the crypto magic is happening in a peer-to-peer fashion, there still has remained these centralized entities that sort of put together the order book and coordinate those transfers. And the government seems to have pivoted now to saying that, well, even that. And I don't think they've said that exactly outright, but just in a more broader context, it's that there's a central focal point of information now. Even that, and just the passing of a few messages is enough for them to accuse you of conspiracy to launder money.
Based on what you guys said and what I think it's more of a combination of external factors rather than internal. So the external causing the internal of the shutting down. And then we'll get into an article about the IRS going against, directly against people that are against the government. It's going to be more and more dangerous, I feel, to talk about privacy and Monero. We'll get into it in a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's having a chilling effect, right? So whether or not LocalMonero was requested to take down their site, or that they just did it on their own because they felt threatened, we don't know. We may never know. But we can assume that there is a chilling effect out there, right? So like I even have XMR Bazaar, which we're ready to launch. Let me just bring that up real quick.
Mm-hmm. Or do you want to send me the link and then I'll open it, or do you want to share your screen?
Yeah, I just shared my screen, but there we go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we're ready to launch this. It's pretty much good to go, and in a lot of ways, it's actually very similar to LocalMonero, but it's for primarily for goods and services. But
that looks so good. Wow.
but people may want to use it for trading Monero to goldbacks or Monero to dollars, right? So we gotta figure that out. I mean, where we do differ is Monero, XMR Bazaar does use multisig and has a mediator between a transaction that is one of the signers of the transaction. So it is different in that respect. We have mediators who assist in the transaction by being a signer in a multi-sig transaction. So they never hold any Monero during the trade. XMR Bazaar never holds any Monero during the trade. It's a true multi-sig, 2 or 3 multi-sig. So it is different in that respect, but I guess the point I'm trying to make is I need to figure out how we best position this so that it won't be I don't know, violating any money transmission rules, right? So the chilling effect is real. I don't want it. The idea wasn't to launch this thing anonymously. It's not trying to be a dark market. It's just trying to be the question, are we legally allowed to have peer-to-peer marketplaces where people use Monero to exchange? And I see nothing in the law that prevents us from doing that. I guess we just have to be careful with the way we structure it. Bawdy, any thoughts on that?
Do you guys remember when it wasn't that long ago, just a few months, the SEC was being sued for being arbitrary and capricious in their enforcement of the regulations? That's what we have here. That's what's happening across all departments of the government here, especially the Department of Injustice. They want you to think that it's difficult to know what the law actually says or is, because they're going to enforce it in an arbitrary and capricious fashion, which has the effect of meaning that we're in a lawless society. There is no law. There is no, there's nothing clear. There's no regulation, because everything is so vastly complicated that you have no idea what they're going to say one day to the next. In Canada now, they're making hate speech retroactive, so that like anything you said 20 years ago, now they could arrest you for. So that's the point. The idea is to make people afraid and not open these platforms. The idea is to make it so vast that it doesn't matter whether you've obeyed the law, the spirit of the law, the regulations, the intent of the regulations. None of that matters. They just wanted to they want to stop people that want to do freedom things. Like that would be my take on that.
Well, I think I'm taking a unique approach here in that I'm building this out in the open, right, and trying to figure out how we could do this legally. So it is a unique approach. I think it's perfectly legal. For people to use it, they just have to follow the rules in their own jurisdiction. And it's like the equivalent to a public marketplace, a public market, a farmer's
agree.
market. It's just a digital version of it.
Yeah, I agree.
I want to add one more thing about Canada. So they're actually proposing a $25,000 penalty plus a 2x exit tax to citizens who leave the country and want to, renounce their citizenship. That's crazy.
I heard that. Is that real?
I just know that they're proposing it, but they won't because they have an immigration crisis and they want to stop people from doing it. And it's crazy. So they charge them $25,000 and then plus 2 times the exit tax.
That's crazy. I mean, look what they did to Roger Ver. The guy paid his exit tax, and he's still getting punished again 10 years later. That is wild.
It's wild. It's modern feudalism, pretty much. Now let's get into what Representative Sean Casten wrote. So he's against crypto mixers, and he wants to introduce legislation to temporarily prohibit crypto mixers. So Congressman introduced Blockchain Integrity Act, suggests 2-year mixer bans. So essentially, during this 2-year period, they want to scope the handling, using, or transacting. They want to figure out how it works and to be able to put policies, legislations in place to act against it. Now, the thing is, to propose such a thing, you have to be very confident that it is being used solely for terrorist attacks and to finance those, and by illicit actors. When in reality, that's not the case. There's a lot of benevolent people using this analogy, but they just want to be against it. They just want to shut it down and use any excuse that they can. It's great if they can, stop terrorist attacks and bad actors from doing what they do. That'll be great, but that's not what they intend to do. They're just using that as an excuse. So he said that cryptocurrency has been used to finance terrorist attacks around the world. Half of North Korea's nuclear program is funded through cryptocurrency, theft made possible by mixers. Okay, and then in some other part of the world, somebody's using crypto to survive against their malicious government. So it's kind of like anything. Like it's about the person behind it, not the tool itself. Like a knife, you can use it to kill someone, or you can use it to just chop your chicken and vegetables. So I don't think
this is insane. I mean, so they're proposing to essentially ban privacy coins. I think specifically say they're going to study them. They're looking to ban quote unquote Bitcoin mixers, right? But then in addition to that, privacy coins as well. First they want to study them. But yeah, there you go. I mean, that's the ultimate, that's the ultimate step the government can take against crypto, would be trying to ban Monero. And obviously we know Monero's built to function in spite of the government, not in accordance with it. So it won't be shut down. I don't think we get to this point in the U.S. where they actually do ban it. If anything, I think the Streisand effect is real, and we might start to see some of that as you have, it becomes a political issue, and we have people out there debating whether or not it should be banned. That's going to bring more attention to it. And then ultimately the question is there enough political will on the side of open and free usage of tools like this? I mean, it's kind of be a relitigation of the crypto, the encryption wars in the 90s. And so unless things have so drastically changed in this country, it should be the same outcome as what happened in the 90s with PGP. Bawdy, any thoughts on that? Do you think we're at the same crossroads, or is it different this time with crypto? and
I
Monero?
think that the Fed boys have learned, so they're doing everything they can to not make that direct attack. Last time in the 90s, they tried to bring the direct attack against the speech. You can't publish that speech, and then they got hosed, right? They got owned. In this case, they're really focused on the corporate aspects. They've effectively put their clamps down on the entire corporate industry in every way possible. And so now they can demand everything be done at the corporate level, even if they don't demand it to be done at the personal level. And in doing so, make it so difficult for people to actually operate. Because in a lot of ways, they've made it almost illegal to operate outside of a corporate realm, right? If you're operating outside the corporate realm, it is almost impossible, right? It's like the mark of the beast. The corporation is the mark of the beast. I'm just kidding. I don't really mean that. But it's hard to operate outside of that realm. And then inside that realm, they've just completely controlled it. So their methods have gotten a lot more insidious, I think. And I don't think they'll ban Monero or ban mixing like as a fundamentally illegal activity. It's just that anything that touches the corporate world is not allowed to have touched those things.
So to add, I think it's going to be interesting in the next couple of years how many cryptocurrencies are actually going to claim to be privacy coins, because of what the government is doing and what they're pushing. So I think probably eventually they're going to just abolish the word privacy coins and just refer to Monero directly, because there's not going to be any other coin that will claim to be private. Just as we've seen in the past, like some of them, they used to be private and then they just switched into being hybrid, or just completely abolished the whole privacy thing. So that's going to be interesting.
And they're kind of re-bringing up this idea too that they want to confiscate privacy coins. We've been hearing that a lot, and you've seen governments come out and say that they destroy privacy coins when they confiscate them. Bawdy, you have any comment on that? I've been thinking about, like, you think that might have a real kind of a real effect on Monero?
It depends on how much they're able to seize. One thing that hasn't been lost on me is that the government regularly seizes hundreds of thousands of Bitcoin, and then they sell that on the open market. That's generally price negative, right? That's a shitload of Bitcoin to get sold, and it sort of suppresses the price. So in some ways, maybe that does help Monero's price a little bit. I also wonder, how much are these guys potentially using in dark operations, right? Do they really destroy that? Or are they just holding it, or do they give it to the CIA and say, hey, if you need to run some fucking honeypots on the dark web, here's some Monero to do it with, right? I don't know.
I mean, it could end up being pretty significant, right? Because at the end of the day, that's what the final outcome is going to have to be. The Monero is going to still exist. People are going to still use it. They're just going to have to use good old-fashioned police work to find criminals that are doing criminal things, and confiscate their Monero, right? So I think you're going to see quite a bit of that, and Monero will just continue to exist and be used. And if you're doing legal things, you shouldn't have an issue, right? And you're using this tool that they can't surveil, they can't see how you're transacting. But if you go ahead and start doing criminal things, perhaps you get caught in other ways, and your Monero gets confiscated by the government and then gets destroyed. I mean, that might be the direction we're headed. So it might become a very real factor if there's a lot of people trying to do illegal things with Monero, and they're getting arrested and the Monero is getting confiscated.
The larger Monero becomes, the more that does become a factor.
Yeah.
It does. And the thing is, like, the larger and the more used Monero is going to become, the more people are going to use it for nefarious things, and then they're not going to mention at all the good people that are using it for good things. They're just going to use all the people that are using it for bad thing. And I do believe that, for example, in the UK and Germany and other European countries, specifically on the west side, I do think that it's going to get to the point where if they see Monero on your phone, they're just going to maybe put you in jail if you don't hand it over in that moment. Or I do think that that's a possibility.
I think that the most important thing we can do as a community to kind of fight back or have the best possible argument when they do, or if they do try to come ban it, is to really just start using Monero as much as possible for everyday things, living off of, and proving that it's a tool that's used by not by criminals but by normal people. And we do need more examples that show, what the positive side of Monero is, what Monero can do as a tool for liberty that really nothing else can do. I think we need to kind of foster more of those examples. We're starting to see it happen on Kuno. We're seeing, maybe some people, the trucker protest, right, was a great example. But I think we as a community need to try to help foster the development of it being used for politically positive purposes. We need to show examples of why Monero matters, of why ultimately societies, if you want an open and free society, you need Monero.
Really, yes, I agree with that. And actually, that's a really good segue into two things. So I'll skip a couple and then we'll get back to them. Actually, I'll just quickly mention this one. Kraken is delisting Monero in Germany. Boom, July 24th. Nightmare World, good. Excellent news. So Monero in Germany, bye-bye. Then,
that's a big hit, by the way. I mean, Germany was felt like one of the hot spots for Monero.
It is big.
Obviously, I'm sure they'll still be obtaining their Monero, but I imagine Kraken was perhaps the main way they were obtaining it.
It is big. We have a lot of Monero people from Germany, so it is huge.
Bawdy, when do you think Monero gets dropped from Kraken in the U.S.? I mean, that's something like banning Monero. Okay, I don't think that's happening. A final delisting before relistings start again at some time in the future. Do you think Monero gets banned from all centralized exchanges in the U.S.?
It's hard to believe that would actually happen, but maybe. I don't think it'll be legally banned. They'll just put the behind the scenes pressure on Kraken more and more to try and force the issue. Maybe if Kraken can come out ahead on some of these lawsuits that the SEC is bringing, then maybe that never happens. If they pass legislation that becomes more problematic, then it becomes a question we'll have to fight as a community in Monero whether or not we should try and fund some sort of legal defense for Kraken. It's like, well, why would we fund a corporation? But maybe it's worthwhile. I would be divided on the issue, and I think the whole community would be divided on the issue. But I think it's worth looking at. Would it be worth funding the legal defense of Kraken and their right to list a privacy coin? That could be an important trial, and that might help us.
That'd be worth it. I mean, that's the fight, right? I mean, we have to fight back on as they push, right? I don't think we should just let roll over and let governments do what they are going to do, and then we just hope that the technology can still be used. I think we need to fight back when they try to take an inch.
The counter response on that, it would be that, well, it was always supposed to be peer to peer. We need to find ways of transacting amongst each other. We need to get out of that corporate realm, that corporate world that's heavily controlled, and we need to not wait and ask for permission. We need to just go do it, and which means disobey. And if it means being criminals, if they want to label us criminals, well, they already kind of have. They've already basically labeled us all criminals. So there's that. That would be the counter argument.
Yeah, I don't buy. I'm not into. I think we 100% should focus on that. Creating a peer-to-peer economy, 100%. But it doesn't help us by not having on-ramps.
No, that's true.
To fiat.
And I feel like there's that we should fight them over there instead of fight them over here. If we fight them and do those legal battles to keep Kraken's right to list Monero, then they're not going to, that'll stop them in their tracks, and they're going to have a hard time coming after interpersonal use. Whereas if we just roll over and Kraken delisted, they're coming for your personal exchanges. Like, even if you're not making it your business and you're just like, hey, I'll trade you at spot price. No one's making any profit. I don't do this regular. Like, they'll come after that next. So it's like, we got to stop and fight them somewhere. And that's as good a place as any to fight them. So.
Yeah, I kind of question people that don't ultimately agree with that, because you're just kind of rooting for Monero to be hurt more. Everybody agrees that we want to live in this ideal world where Monero exists completely outside of the fiat system and is flourishing. We all want to get there, but by completely cutting the umbilical cord doesn't help us at this point. We may have no choice, and then at that point, yeah, let's continue to exist, and we will fight and we'll exist, but. I don't think we do ourselves any favor by no longer being listed on any centralized exchanges. I mean, ask Arctic thinks that's the best way to obtain Monero, that you have, evidence that of how you obtained it, and then go use it as you need. But if you want to then interface with with the fiat world with it, you kind of need a way back in.
Which is a good point, but then it depends in the country in which you live in and whether owning it is a criminal activity in itself in the future and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So what we talked about is a really good segue of being careful with whom you vote with in the future in the US. Not saying that I'm pro-Trump or pro anybody specifically, but I would definitely rather 100% choose him over Biden, and any rational person should do that as well. So we're going to watch this video, and then we're going to watch another one on Trump. The other one is 6 minutes, but it's really worth it because it's really, really interesting. So in this one, he talks about crypto.
They are against it. The Biden doesn't even know what it is. If you ask Biden, sir, are you for or against crypto? What's that? What the? Get me off the stage. You say, get me off the stage. No, he has no idea. But look, Gensler is very much against it. The Democrats are very much against it. And I say this, a lot of people are very much for it. Probably a lot of the people in this group. And I'm fine with it. I want to make sure it's good and solid and everything else, but I'm good with it. And if you like crypto in any form, and it comes in a lot of different forms, if you're in favor of crypto, you better vote for Trump. They are.
If he's going to be president again, I think he's going to need to have a helicopter with sniper rifles watching him all the time just to make sure that he's going to be alive, and like 50 bodyguards.
Yeah, the Bitcoin maximalists, they might be trying to get some revenge there. He said crypto, any crypto, it comes in many forms. Sorry, Max.
Yeah, he needs to get those votes. I mean, it doesn't help him enough to be BTC Maxi. He's all about the votes, right? So all cryptos, all forms, just vote for me.
And then it's gonna be interesting. I think, but there's two things. One,
the question is privacy coins, though, right? Like what? Like, well, there's got to be some. Like I don't know. I don't think he would be. He needs to be convinced to be pro Monero.
Yeah, that's
right.
the thing.
Do you think Trump is there yet on Monero? I mean, RFK Jr. I would think he's there based on what I've heard him say in the past. He'd be a complete hypocrite if he's not. But I haven't really heard Trump kind of talk about like the need for digital cash, people to be able to transact. Well, he's against the CBDCs. But yeah, does he think, U.S. citizens have a right to use untraceable digital cash?
That's
it's a $1 million question.
I would point at the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency under Trump's administration had that release. They had a big release guidance that said that even cryptos with anonymity enhancing functions, they believed could be made compliant, that they would be able to comply with the laws in a similar way as cash. That was under Trump's administration. I don't know if he directed them to say that or so.
Who was it that said that?
Hope there. That was the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency. They're the lead regulator for all U.S. banks.
Yeah, I don't remember that one. Okay.
Yeah, that was back in 2020.
Yeah, that's positive. That's positive. I'm hoping we'll be talking about this later with our special guests today. We're going to be going to the Libertarian National Conference in D.C. And actually, Trump is supposed to go down there and give a speech. And RFK Jr. will be down there, and Vivek Ramaswamy. So I'm hoping to get would love to interview them. Probably, maybe I won't get Trump or something, but even just talking to his people, and just talking to them about Monero and trying to feel him out and figure out, how can we get information to him where he can learn about it. I think, probably Vivek, I could probably get Vivek's here, and Vivek seems to be the gateway to Trump in terms of what his opinions are with regards to crypto are. So hoping to get that message across.
And so now we're going to watch this video, and having what Doug said and based on what Bawdy said, so what he's going to say here, if he's going to be against Monero, if he's going to actually be a president, then that'll be interesting. So in this video, we're going to watch the whole 6 minutes. I think that is really important. He talks about censorship and that it's time for an Internet Bill of Rights. So let's watch this.
Speech, then we just don't have a free country. It's as simple as that. If this most fundamental right is allowed to perish, then the rest of our rights and liberties will topple, just like dominoes, one by one. They'll go down. That's why today I'm announcing my plan to shatter the left-wing censorship regime and to reclaim the right to free speech for all Americans. And reclaim is a very important word in this case because they've taken it away. In recent weeks, bombshell reports have confirmed that a sinister group of deep state bureaucrats, Silicon Valley tyrants, left-wing activists, and depraved corporate news media have been conspiring to manipulate and silence the American people. They have collaborated to suppress vital information on everything from elections to public health. The censorship cartel must be dismantled and destroyed, and it must happen immediately. And here's my plan. First, within hours of my inauguration, I will sign an executive order banning any federal department or agency from colluding with any organization, business, or person to censor, limit, categorize, or impede the lawful speech of American citizens. I will then ban federal money from being used to label domestic speech as mis- or disinformation. And I will begin the process of identifying and firing every federal bureaucrat who has engaged in domestic censorship, directly or indirectly, whether they are the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Health, Human Services, the FBI, the DOJ, no matter who they are. Second, I will order the Department of Justice to investigate all parties involved in the new online censorship regime, which is absolutely destructive and terrible, and to aggressively prosecute any and all crimes identified. These include possible violations of federal civil rights law, campaign finance laws, federal election law, securities law, and antitrust laws, the Hatch Act, and a host of other potential criminal, civil, regulatory, and constitutional offenses. To assist in these efforts, I am urging House Republicans to immediately send preservation letters, and we have to do this right now, to the Biden administration, the Biden campaign, and every Silicon Valley tech giant, ordering them not to destroy evidence of censorship. Third, upon my inauguration as president, I will ask Congress to send a bill to my desk revising Section 230 to get big online platforms out of censorship business. From now on, digital platforms should only qualify for immunity protection under Section 230 if they meet high standards of neutrality, transparency, fairness, and non-discrimination. We should require these platforms to increase their efforts to take down unlawful content such as child exploitation and promoting terrorism, while dramatically curtailing their power to arbitrarily restrict lawful speech. Fourth, we need to break up the entire toxic censorship industry that has arisen under the false guise of tackling so-called mis- and disinformation. The federal government should immediately stop funding all nonprofits and academic programs that support this authoritarian project. If any U.S. university is discovered to have engaged in censorship activities or election interferences in the past, such as flagging social media content for removal of blacklisting, those universities should lose federal research dollars and federal student loan support for a period of 5 years and maybe more. We should also enact new laws laying out clear criminal penalties for federal bureaucrats who partner with private entities to do an end run around the Constitution and deprive Americans of their First, Fourth, and Fifth Amendment rights. In other words, deprive them of their vote. And once you lose those elections, and once you lose your borders like we have, you no longer have a country. Furthermore, to confront the problems of major platforms being infiltrated by legions of former deep staters and intelligence officials, there should be a 7-year calling off period before any employee of the FBI, CIA, NSA, DNI, DHS, or DOD is allowed to take a job at a company possessing vast quantities of U.S. user data. Fifth, the time has finally come for Congress to pass a digital Bill of Rights. This should include a right to digital due process. In other words, government officials should need a court order to take down online content, not send information requests such as the FBI was sending to Twitter. Furthermore, when users of big online platforms have their content or accounts removed, throttled, shadow banned, or otherwise restricted, no matter what name they use, they should have the right to be informed that it's happening, the right to a specific explanation of the reason why, and the right to a timely appeal. In addition, all users over the age of 18 should have the right to opt out of content moderation and curation entirely and receive an unmanipulated stream of information if they so choose. The fight for free speech is a matter of victory or death for America and for the survival of Western civilization itself. When I am president, this whole rotten system of censorship and information control will be ripped out of the system at large. There won't be anything left. By restoring free speech, we'll begin to reclaim our democracy and save our nation. Thank you, and God bless America.
So,
All right.
people
Hey,
are.
I mean that is amazing. If he could, if he actually will follow through on what he's saying here. I mean, that is tremendous. If he follows through on that, he basically promised in that speech that he would, that Monero would never be banned.
So hopefully that's going to be so. And people are asking.
I mean, he said he would ban all federal offices from infringing lawful speech in any way. That sounds like, the guarantee for the use of open source technologies that people use to communicate value.
It does sound very promising. People are asking if it's AI generated or if it's deep fake. So this actually comes from the official website and it's posted on his social media. So it's not a deep fake, or even if it is AI generated, it comes from him. So, but it does have an AI feel to it.
I mean, It's probably him reading a teleprompter, and it's just like highly edited and polished,
I think so.
Or maybe it is. Maybe it's just easier for them to freaking use AI. Is it gotten to that point rather than having Trump stand there and say these things, and he just kind of he just okays it, just signs off.
It could be AI enhanced, right? He might have actually been there speaking. It could be cut, edited, and then enhanced with AI.
Right.
He's looking more orange and vibrant, more saturated than usual.
Yeah, exactly.
It's more vibrant. Possibly they could have taken just a picture of him standing there, and then
they have him looking like a Chad there as he's pro free speech. We need him with the Monero hat, free speech money. I need to get him a Monero hat. See if I can get it in his hands.
Maybe
speech money.
Maybe the Omega hat didn't stand for Make America Great Again. Maybe the first letter was Monero, and then the other ones were something else. There's a video of somebody in the crowd asking Trump if he's pro crypto or something like that. And I think a better question is if you're pro Monero, because nowadays pro crypto doesn't mean that you're necessarily, pro freedom. And then they can just say, yeah, I'm pro crypto and all this stuff, but it doesn't really mean much. It doesn't mean that they're pro privacy. So yeah, it'll be interesting to get him to just even verbalize Monero at some point and just talk about privacy coins specifically. But if he does,
does he view Monero as being free speech money? If it was explained to him and he understood the technology, would he agree that it's free speech? That's the question.
If we got Trump on Monerotopia,
make sure, why not?
Oh my god, that would be crazy. Okay, so let's go back now. Okay, so let's talk. Actually, can I mention this last because we're talking about Trump and all this government. Let's talk about the IRS. So, this is a list of IRS investigative interests. Essentially, the IRS now is targeting people who threaten Washington's ability to govern. And they wrote a bunch of statements basically saying, do anything that we don't like, and we're going to threaten you. But just to read a few, advance the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction or their...
This is exactly what Trump would ban. These are the type of actions he'd ban. He'd prevent all, so he would prevent the IRS from taking these actions.
That'll be insane.
I mean, look what they're doing. Is this real, by the way? Like, is this like confirmed?
I'm not sure. It's pretty bold to say that now they're targeting.
Did they put out like a press release? Did the IRS like put out like a...
I haven't seen anything.
Like, where's this information coming from?
I know. I haven't seen anything like that.
Because they're basically saying the IRS is now weaponized and it's going after certain groups for political reasons. They now have a way of going after people essentially politically.
Florida said in the YouTube comments, "Get to his people, dog. We are the man for this outreach to Trump's team." Anyway, I mean, we can get this funded. If we can get him on the show, even for like 10 minutes, that would be amazing. Yeah, so I'm not sure whether this is true, but all these statements are basically just saying, do something that we don't like, and we're gonna be against you. So, okay.
Yeah, some of them are. I mean, they're very egregious. Basically, they could go after you for using Monero. Some of those can be interpreted. But go back to them for a second. Like, yeah, even the last one, obstruct justice by advancing technology and techniques to combat law enforcement in its efforts to combat transnational organized crime. So, the transnational organized crime groups could use Monero. It could help them in the crimes they commit. So the IRS will consider that an obstruction of justice for anybody who's me, right? I'm doing this right now, currently as we speak. I'm now a target of the IRS because I'm talking about a technology that could potentially be used to commit crimes.
Yeah, we are all on the list.
That's insane. Yeah.
I've noticed over the years they've gotten more and more broad with their language. They use language that basically says anyone that does anything we don't like, that challenges anything that we want to do, is now a criminal. Like that's literally, like, it used to be the case that I would push back against crypto people in general when some new legislation or guidance would drop. In those cases in the years past, legislation and guidance would be targeted at specific things, and you could see it in the language. Yeah, I mean, it was kind of technical jargon and legal speak, whatever, but it was there. What they're doing now is they have massively pivoted to switching their language to being as broad and all-inclusive as possible. Like, notice they say conduct or facilitate cyber or other activities. Literally every activity is either cyber or other. Like there is no like. They should just say all activities, but they put in this language that's supposed to sound like they're only specifically, but no, they're saying literally everyone and everything.
Right, it's as general as you can be, and this is coming from the IRS, which it's not their mandate to be, you know, the police arm of the U.S. government. They're just supposed to collect taxes. And I guess if they think that somebody's not paying their taxes, go after people that they think aren't paying taxes. They shouldn't be going after any of these groups or things that people may or may be doing. The question is, did they pay their taxes? And then you collect their taxes. That is the mandate of the IRS. Now they're doing, you know, now they're basically an arm of, I don't know, of freaking the DOJ, essentially.
I feel like they wrote these sentences with ChatGPT, and they just said, write a couple statements, make it very broad, and make them mean that anything you do against us, there's going to be repercussions for it. Yeah. Let's go to this post on Reddit. So remote onion nodes are possibly under attack right now. Every single remote onion node listed on XMR Guide has been offline in the past couple hours, even Cake Wallet, and then some of them go back online briefly, only to go back offline again. Rockingham responded to that. He said about an hour ago, and this is 3 days ago, someone broadcasted dozens of large 150 input transactions. The transaction pool has many transactions waiting to be confirmed. In these circumstances, remote nodes become overloaded because wallets are asking for the transaction pool data. 0xFFFC is trying to locate the bottlenecks in the Monero node code that caused the overload and fix them. So, by the sounds of it, it doesn't seem like we know exactly what's going on with this.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't been following. I don't know. Bawdy, have you been following this at all? Was this like a significant attack?
No, I just saw it this morning. I was actually reaching over to my laptop to see if my Tor node is updated or not. Let me check here. Give me a minute.
Okay. Well, Tony, you keep moving.
In the meantime, let's talk about cryptographic accumulators like CurveTrees are a fundamental tool for any protocol. They were mentioned today on Delving Bitcoin and by the Monero community as a replacement for ring signatures. So let's go in here.
Yeah, I just I don't really know much about this guy, but I think it's cool that he's noticed that if you go back to his tweets, go back to his tweet thread for a second. I can't read it, Tony. If you could read some of his tweets.
You want me to zoom in a little bit, or I can?
He mentions Monero.
Oh, he does. Yeah, right here.
Yeah. Yeah, so he sees that, you know, these CurveTrees are now being adopted and used, and he thinks that's awesome. Wait, Tony, scroll up.
Yep.
Read. Okay. The great thing about CurveTrees is that it doesn't introduce new cryptographic assumptions. Unlike many other ZK systems, including Zcash, which has its own accumulator and sapling. I'm not technical enough to understand what exactly that means. An accumulator is the thing that makes Zcash work. I worry that they jumped the cryptographic gun. So it's interesting. I don't, you know, this guy seems pretty legit. I've seen him around. He's always, he seems to be an expert in the field of cryptography. But what he seems to be suggesting here is that Monero with full chain membership proofs and the fact that it's using CurveTrees may make it a more secure implementation than what Zcash is doing. If you scroll, that seems to be what he's saying. I haven't heard Luke say that, but that seems to be what this guy's suggesting. Bawdy, you have any thoughts on that? He's thinking like it's kind of Zcash is a little too much moon math, right? Versus what Luke is looking to do with CurveTrees.
Yeah, I mean, if that's true, then it's a general idea with best practices is to make something as simple as possible but as complex as necessary. the more complexity you introduce, the more potential there is for some kind of problem to crop up. And yeah, Zcash has been said many times that it's, you know, that they created new cryptographic assumptions, and that it's quite complex. I know there's people that would disagree with that, but assuming that this is true, I mean, that's a good thing. That can only be a good thing, especially if we're doing transaction sizes at the same size or smaller than what Zcash is currently doing.
Maybe we could try to. I'm gonna try to get in touch with this guy and do a Monero talk. But if he's the real deal, I'll try to maybe get him down to Monerotopia too. That'd be really cool. And then we're trying to get Zcash people down there. So we'd love to, you know, see these things discussed out in the open.
Update: my Tor node seems to be synced to the latest block height. So hopefully, maybe that means the attack isn't too large. I'm a sample size of 1. There's 20,000 other nodes out there, but my node seems to be okay right now.
Okay. Now let's talk about Intel Broker. So they announced a data breach of Europol, and they're demanding XMR only for it, which is very interesting.
So somebody hacked Europol.
Mm-hmm. So
and the ransom is in. They're asking for Monero only.
Yeah, so it could be one person or multiple people under the name of Intel Broker, and they claim to have allegedly breached Europol, and they're demanding Monero for it.
If you scroll down, I think somebody then asked him, like, do they always ask for Monero? And I think he actually responded. Yeah, Zena, how often are you seeing XMR only demands? Usually it's MM/escrow. Some ask for BTC, some ask for XMR. Most of the time, they only list the dollar figure and discuss privately. All right. There you go, guys. Feds now have more evidence to shut us down. Fuck. Monero works as intended. Criminals choose the best tool for their job. All right.
Okay.
Keep going.
Yep. We have 2 more things. So one is something called a file wallet.
Oh yeah, I thought this was really, really cool. Did you take a look at this?
Yeah, I think it's really, really interesting. Okay, so this is a fully open source tool in the form of a website that generates a cryptocurrency wallet in a deterministic way. So what it tries to solve is the problem of long time storage. There's no need to store your generated seed in a secure place when you can regenerate it again in the same way. You just need to store the precursor, the file, and password used. So
yeah, instead of like having to memorize your whole mnemonic, you can go and regenerate it whenever you need it. Your whole seed phrase by just dropping a file into this, right? And it's going to regenerate what your seed phrase was. So now instead of having to store your seed phrase somewhere, writing it down, however you may save it, now all you have to do is save this file, and this file could be anything. You know, it could be a photo that you have. It could be a music file. It could be any type of file. And so nobody's going to know what we all personally own millions of files, right? So nobody would know which file to check to even see if it's generating. Each one will generate a seed, so nobody would know which of those files is generating any seed that you may actually use. So it's actually a very creative idea. I don't know if maybe there's some hole in it that that makes it not practical, but that's my understanding of it. It seems solid if it's actually feasible.
Yeah, that's
Bawdy, what do you think?
I'm slightly skeptical. A lot of people are going to use this for brain wallets. They have some password that they like. They're going to use that password to generate a seed phrase that's going to be far less entropy and far less secure than a randomly chosen seed phrase. There's also the question of
but the seed phrase is generated from the file. It's getting the entropy from the file you drop in, right? So
So if you have a text file, so I mean. That would be the first thing I would say, but I would have other questions about it as well. And maybe there's good responses to them, but so for example, right now your Monero wallet is stored encrypted in a file on your computer. And so even if someone gets access to your computer, they don't get access to your seed phrase because it's encrypted. Now, if you have some random file on your computer, and I know it feels like, oh, I've got millions of files. How could anyone find that file? Hypothetically, if someone was able to get a hold of your computer and then just run every single file that you have through this tool, which is totally doable, eventually they're going to come across the file that creates the seed phrase that has your funds in it, and it's unencrypted. So
right. So the only thing at that point so then it's just the password that goes along with. So the only thing that's securing it at that point is the password. It's like then you're kind of back to square one because now you're remembering a password. Is that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe that is a good response because you have the optional password up there. So if you make it some kind of file and then you have a strong passphrase as well for the decryption on it, then perhaps. Yeah, I mean, it seems cool. I'm hesitant, but I need to think about it some more and see what kinds of points other smart guys trademark bring up.
Yeah. Cool to see. I think it's inventive. I think it's creative. Yeah, we'll see if it's actually if there's anything we're missing in terms of whether or not it ultimately is safe and secure to use. I reached out to the guy. We're going to have him on the show at some point. I'm sure he'll jump up and tell us more about it. But very cool to see that he's this. I think he's kind of coming from the Monero community. I don't know if which cryptos this works for, but I think he is a Monero guy. So cool to see that somebody came up with this.
Actually works for seems for a lot of them. Bitcoin, Monero, Ethereum, Ripple.
Mm-hmm.
So he supports a lot of cryptocurrencies.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's the same concept could be applied to any crypto.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Okay, so the last thing.
Oh, yeah, this is funny.
So he wants you to get on Liberty.
Yeah, I don't know what is the goal here though. Like, what would the money be put towards? How would this help us get on? How do you guys see that going down?
I have no idea.
I don't know.
Yeah, like what is he thinking of doing?
I don't know, but I like this one to get you on the road.
Not the other guy.
Yeah, well,
thank you, buddy.
So Luke blocked me on Facebook when the whole COVID hysteria was going on, and I was like, "Bro, come
what?"
on. Like, yeah, because I kept insisting. I was like, "You need look at the data. This is crazy. Like, don't be a hypochondriac, whatever." And then he just blocked me. It's like, "Bro, come on. You're supposed to be freedom, whatever." And,
so wait, what ended up being his take on the whole COVID thing? I didn't really
I don't know what his current take is because he blocked me, so I ignored him. But. Like late in 2020, he was all hypochondriac, like we're gonna die, and oh my god, I don't know what his thoughts were on the vaccine, but I don't know. Ever since then, I've just been like, all right, bro, you
missed that one.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Well, I'd love to go on a show, talk to him about Monero. I've heard him mention Monero in the past. So yeah, but he should definitely give more focus. I mean, I see what guess who's DrunkDial me saying, right? We need to get in that circuit, and ultimately Joe Rogan would be the ultimate target. But yeah, starting with them or Tim Pool, right? That's another podcaster who I think should have a Monero guest on. Mm-hmm. But very cool that you guys
someone with millions of followers. Luke's got 500,000, which is quite a lot, but Rogan's got obviously hundreds of millions.
It's going to happen soon. These larger accounts are going to start talking about Monero soon. I mean, it's at some point they're not going to want to miss the story here. They're going to want to be a part of it.
I wonder if any guests of Rogan ever mentioned Monero on the show.
Maybe. I don't think so. I don't think that's happened. Snowden has been mentioning Monero more, right? Hasn't he recently mentioned it? I saw somebody post that.
I feel like I've seen something like that as well, where I feel like he's talked a little bit more about it and a little bit more, at least neutrally to positive, as opposed to back in the day when it seemed like he was, it seems like he had kind of a conflict of interest with Zcash potentially.
Mm-hmm.
We're working on getting him for Monerotopia. We spoke to his agent here in the U.S. We had spoken to them a few years ago when I was trying to get him for an interview, and he wanted to get paid, and it just wasn't working out. We wanted to send him the payment in Monero, and then the deal fell apart. Maybe it didn't fall apart because of that, but if he basically got busy and said, well, get back to me, whatever, in the future. So we did, years later, we've now gotten back in touch. But now we're trying, instead of a Monero talk interview, trying to get him to do a remote talk at Monerotopia. It'd be like an hour. I think he says he would do like an hour and a half. So we do have an hour talk and then maybe like a half hour of Q&A. Actually, I'd rather do more Q&A than talk, right? We'd let's try to go for that. But that would be exciting if we get him. Obviously, we'd pay him. But I think it could be worth it. What do you guys think?
I really think so, and I think so. If we are allotted an hour and a half, I feel like 30 minutes should be his speech, and an hour just questions, because a lot of people will ask.
Yeah. Like we all know your spiel, Snowden. We all know it. We it's great. It's a great spiel, but you're preaching to the choir. Now we have questions for you. We all agree with the things you've said, but what do you have thoughts on this?
I would actually like to hear him talk about some of the technical weaknesses of Monero. I'd like for him to bring the criticisms, and I'd like to hear him do it in a neutrally balanced way. I think that would be interesting to hear his thoughts on that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, maybe he has valid. I'm sure he has. I would hope he has valid reasons if he has if that's what's holding him back.
I'd especially like to hear him speak about the implementation differences. Because he was a Zcash signer, and maybe he doesn't have to speak about Zcash at all, but I would like to hear him talk about implementation and theoretical cryptography versus implementation, where the rubber meets the road. I would kind of like to hear that kind of thing. Obviously, he's a top level top level guy, so he's going to talk about what he wants to talk about, but I think that would be cool.
Oh yeah. We'd have to grow, and all the choices Zcash has made, right? Like with the founder's reward and the dev tax and the if you could go back, do you think it should have been done that way, right? So
hopefully we're going to get him on.
Take 2, Monerotopia.
It would be amazing if we get him. I mean, he wants quite a bit, guys. I guess I won't talk about it publicly until we see what happens, but we're working on it.
I feel like it's going to be worth it, whatever money he's going to ask for.
Whatever. You're not in charge of negotiating, Tony. You're not in charge of negotiating.
I was going to say, not to encourage him.
Oh my God.
But
Tony, that's not the art of the deal.
Hopefully he doesn't watch this.
I mean, honestly, I think he needs Monerotopia just as much as Monerotopia needs Snowden right now, because he is at a point where he needs to come out and explain, why he does not support Monero, right? Because it's happening. It's the most used crypto for digital cash purposes. So I think he at this point he would want to associate with it. But hey, let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Is that all the news we got?
That is it. Yeah.
All right, Tony, thank you so much. We still got quite a bit ahead, guys. We have our special guest jumping up. This is just a tremendous topic in and of itself. Let me go ahead. I think they're in the back. Yeah, we got them in the backstage. All right, let me go ahead and run the special guest segment. Hold up, guys. Normally, I have somebody else doing this, but I think I got the right one here. Here we go. All right.
The Monerotopia guest segment is sponsored by Cake Wallet. Store, send, receive, and exchange your Monero and Bitcoin safely on iOS and Android too. Cake Wallet is open source, and you always control your own keys.
Alrighty, hold up. Bring these guys up. What's going on?
Hey,
Alex.
I made it. What's up, guys? My little
Linus,
intro,
what's up?
bringing the vibe. Happy weekend, everybody. What's up, Doug?
How's it going, man?
How's it
I'm
going?
feeling good. It's been a little while. Hold on, let's do a chant. Let's say Monero.
Monero. Monero.
We'll save it for the live show.
It works much better in person for sure. That was amazing. Yeah, when you guys performed at Monerotopia in Miami, that was like that was a moment. That was definitely a moment.
It was amazing because of many reasons, but that was the only time that all members of the FreeNauts from all corners of the globe were on stage together at the same time. Typically, we've had like 4 or 5 members of the group over the years, and typically all the shows we've done from Anarchapulco to Bitcoin conferences, for various reasons, one member wasn't able to be there, and that was the one that we were all together on stage. So that was truly special. I don't know if that's publicly viewable, but apparently it leaked somehow because Linus has seen it, and that's one of the reasons he got in touch with us recently to to perform out at this upcoming event, which we're going to talk about. So that should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm very excited about this. Linus had reached out to me, and other people actually reached out to me too, letting me know that this thing was going down. And it kind of just started to snowball, and we realized that it could be a great opportunity for Monero. I was at the last Libertarian National Convention, and that was great. You know, people were very receptive to it, but it feels like now's the real tipping point. This idea that tyranny is growing in America is I think really starting to boil over and bubble over. I mean, we have Trump that's going to the Libertarian National Convention because he wants to basically pander to this community because he sees it as a growing idea. He sees the growing trend out there. He's coming to the people because he sees that the people are waking up to the ideas of libertarianism, and so he wants to kind of cater to the movement. So that just shows. So we think it's kind of right place, right time to now show up there as well and get the word out on Monero. So Linus pitched us this idea. We think it's a great idea. Linus, you want to explain everything that we're looking to do?
Sure. So we created a Kuno. It's going to be a collaboration between the Central New Jersey Libertarian Party, which is arranging this Enemies of the State, D.C.Bash, that's happening at the LNC, and Monerotopia. We're going to get a Monerotopia table at the LNC for a couple days, so they can be talking to people, teaching them about Monero, showing them how to download, install Cake Wallet, and set them up with some Monero so they can get a feel for actually using the currency, getting them onboarded. And then the Central New Jersey Libertarian Party, the event that we're putting together for Friday night, March the 24th, it's called Enemies of the State D.C.Bash. And what we're doing is it's a party, but the theme of the party is to honor individuals who have been labeled enemies of the state, people who have not necessarily done anything violent, have not aggressed on anybody, have not been a menace to society in any way, but because they challenged the authority of the state and didn't ask for the state's permission to do things to make the world better, they've been put in terrible situations. So the main 5 that we're focusing on are Edward Snowden, Julian Assange, Roger Ver, Ross Ulbricht, Ian Freeman. So those are the big 5 that we're focusing on, but there's more. We'll have Jeremy Kaufman is confirmed to speak there, so he'll be telling the Library Odyssey story. Hoping to get Doug on stage to be able to talk about the Tornado Cash and the Samurai Devs. We just want to make people aware of all these stories, of all these individuals who are trying to make the world better, but because it challenges the authority of our benevolent dictators, they're being put in prison or exiled from our country.
Yeah, I think, and like I was saying, right place, right time to do this, to bring attention to these ideas and to these people who are being wrongfully persecuted here for fighting for freedom and liberty. It's extremely important that we come out and support them. We can't let them write history, right? We need, the only way we can, properly write history is if we get our side of the story out there and enough people understand what's really happening. So it's an extremely important thing to do. I think it's really cool that you guys got behind this and you thought of doing this in combination with the convention itself, because there's going to be a ton of energy that's going into the convention. Thousands of people will be showing up. Like I said, these people that aren't even part of really the libertarian movement are now coming there. So there's going to be a lot of media attention. So great job and great strategizing in doing this in accordance with that. And guys, I mean, in terms of Monero, so we're doing this Kuno. This is the first Kuno I've ever been a part of. So as you guys know, I've been talking about Kuno from day one. I think it's a beautiful project. I almost was the one that took it over to run it. It's run by Radan, and he's doing Radan. I don't know how to actually pronounce his name correctly. Completely anonymous dude. I speak to him, DM with him. Great guy, fantastic guy. He took it over from Anarchio. Anarchio built this completely open source. It's a beautiful tool. It works very smoothly. It does the job well. It allows you to essentially create Kickstarters that are based in Monero. And it just works very smooth. It's a nice embodiment of what Monero can be used for. And so never actually been part of a Kuno, but I'm part of this one. And I think it's got a lot of potential here. We are, at the end of the day, asking for a lot of Monero. I'm hoping some of the bigger people can chip in as well. We'll spread it around to maybe like the sponsors as well and get them excited about it. But I think it's going to be extremely productive. We've done this many times. Usually, actually, it's just Vic Cake that ends up supporting us. But I figured this time let's bring it to the community. So we're going to be running a Monero table all week, all day Friday and all day Saturday at the convention itself. Linus, hopefully you'll be able to help out with that a little bit. But these have always been very successful in the past. Anybody that's seen us run it, and then we end up serving like gratuitous coffee as we're doing it. We talk to hundreds of people, and then we'll be onboarding them to Monero. We'll be getting them to download Cake Wallet on the spot, sending them, I think we said 0.03 XMR or whatever it is. So it's like a little more than $5 per person, and just kind of get them using it. There's a lot of misinformation about Monero. People have heard about it, especially in these circles. They've heard about it, but they might not really understand it. There's a lot of FUD out there. So you get a wallet in their hand and you get them using it, and it's among a group of people that for the most part understand the need for digital cash. It's people that like get it when you say, hey, the government's trying to eliminate cash, and they're alert to that. They understand why that's a problem. These are people that a lot of them are gold bugs, anti-fiat, anti-Fed. And so they need to understand that Monero exists as a tool, and they need to understand what's going on in terms of the government's ramping up their policing, essentially, of the usage of privacy tools in the U.S. and trying to stomp it out. And all libertarians need to understand what's going on here so they can come, number one, politically fight against what they're trying to do to privacy tools, and number two, just start using a tool like Monero and understanding that's ultimately that's how we can do the most for the liberty movement, is just completely opting out of their system and using untraceable digital cash peer-to-peer. Like the libertarian movement needs to make that part of their movement. Linus, what do you think of that? I mean, you kind of have your finger on the pulse of mainstream libertarianism. Can we get that community to that point?
I think it's the natural community that should adopt it. Like, I can't understand how anyone could be a libertarian and not believe in a free market decided currency, something that is open. And obviously, if you're going to be evaluating currencies on their quality, and the market is going to freely choose what currency to use, obviously something that respects user privacy and has fungibility is a natural choice that I think the market would adopt naturally.
Couldn't agree more. Just to make sure you guys understand everything that's going on here. So yeah, we'll have the table, stickers, right? So we're gonna print out thousands of stickers. Do we have the sticker to show? I think you did a great job designing a sticker that I think will hit home with the libertarians. I don't know if you could bring that up, but we're printing out thousands of stickers, and then we're going to pay to have them put into the LNC swag bag. So everybody that's bought a ticket to the Libertarian National Convention will be getting a swag bag with one of these Monero stickers in it. So that's cool. And then we're going to be giving Monero away. I'll do a Monerotopia live from there. I'm going to obviously be on a mission to try to talk to the Trump team, to try to talk to Vivek, to try to talk to RFK Jr., try to get these people talking about, get their viewpoints on digital cash. Like they're here, they're in this venue, they need to be answering that question. So I'm going to be working on that. So I think it could be quite successful, fingers crossed. But yeah, we are asking you guys to help out, help fund this, and to help basically, you're supporting the enemies of the state party, which I think is a great initiative.
Yeah, I sent you, Doug, the sticker to your email. I don't know if you can pull that up on your end. And then you think you could pull up the central NJ official enemies of the state page real quick, just to give people a look at what that is. There's a link for it on that Kuno down there.
Okay. Hold up. Sure.
Yo, Doug, you guys gonna have any more of those Monero glasses? I was looking for mine right before the show. I wanted to wear them. But I got them somewhere. Those are rare gem, probably some sort of physical
collector.
NFT. Yeah, exactly.
I'll try to bring some to the convention, to the party. I'll try to bring some to the party.
Monerotopia, Miami. If you know, you got your treasure.
We still have a bag of them, but we like to keep. We don't like to, give to. We slowly give out like one or two a year.
Yeah, don't inflate the supply, bro. Don't inflate the supply.
Exactly. Here we are. Wait, did it open? Did I get it open for you?
By the way, you guys know Trump. This isn't the first time he'll be speaking at a Libertarian Party convention. He spoke at the one in 2016 or 2015, right before he got elected. So it's kind of like, interesting that he recognizes that, it's why not follow the same playbook from what he did before he got elected the first time. Reach out to the wider liberty community, with the Libertarian Party being the third largest party, mostly the independents. It's kind of like I see a lot of similarities with the Libertarian Party and Monero in terms of just sort of like the fight with like Monero is like the third largest crypto in terms of like developers, right? But obviously the first two, Bitcoin and Ethereum, developer community is so propped up by like institutions. So that's why Monero is really like the number one grassroots peer-to-peer cash. And I see so many contrasts with the Libertarian Party. So I agree with you, Doug, that it seems like an obvious thing that they should be embracing, because you've got a lot of people in the Libertarian Party who are paying attention to what's really going on in Bitcoin. And for the last few years, it's been all like, oh yeah, of course the Libertarian Party embraces Bitcoin, but then it's like, okay, wait, well, when you dig a little bit deeper, it's like, should we really? So yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, so I just want to say with the site there, give a shout out to Chris Valrath, who's been doing all of the art for us. I think he did really great with the overall aesthetic of the whole page. And also shout out to Chris Fox, who actually put all this together he's been handling the website for us. So I think they've done a great job putting this together. And, if there's anyone out there watching who wants to give us dirty fiat, or if you have a business you want to get on that sponsored by section there, you can go to this website. There's a form you can reach out if you want to be a sponsor. And there's also a donation box if you want to send dirty fiat. But obviously, if you have the superior Monero currency, you can donate to the Kuno.
Very cool, man. Very cool. Yeah, guys.
And for real quick for entertainment, we have currently Jordan Page listed on there for entertainment. But I guess Monerotopia exclusive, because I don't think we've announced it anywhere else. We're gonna have FreeNauts.
Let's go.
Three members of FreeNauts will be there, and it's gonna be a great time.
How many people fit into Fit into the room where the party's at.
Hey, Monero. No, it's gonna be lit. Yo, I don't know if I should leak, but the rumors are there's gonna be some special surprise opening act, possibly, that is going to be like absolutely insane, like big famous name type level. But yeah, it looks like the FreeNauts are going to be out there all weekend, partying with everybody, you know, at least for Friday and Saturday, some stuff going on as well that we'll be hanging out with.
It's not Crypto Bear, is it? It's not Crypto Bear, is it?
Even bigger. I hope Crypto Bear's
You don't get bigger than Crypto Bear, not in my book.
Shout out to Crypto Bear.
Where is he?
That's right.
Did you guys try to get in touch with them at all? Did you guys try to? I know we tried.
Crypto Bear, if you're out there, if you want to try to get a hold of us, we'd love to hear from you.
You know, we'd love to have the FreeNauts down at Monerotopia in November too, man, and Crypto Bear. Like we gotta bring it down to Mexico.
Man, I haven't been to Mexico in now a couple of years. I've missed the last Anarchapulcos. So I would love to make that happen. So we'll see what we can do. But yeah, in DC, just this coming, you know, anybody who can make it out, you've got a few weeks left to plan. The flights are pretty cheap as far as, you know, relative to what I was expecting. And my good friends Jack V. Lloyd and the Philosopher are going to be out there hanging out with us. So there's going to be all sorts of fun events going on. And yeah, I mean, like I just shout out to Linus and the team who are putting the Enemies of the State-Bash together. This is, I think, gonna like kind of put the LP on a map in a new kind of way. Like back in the day, years ago, when I was involved with the Libertarian Party, I was always trying to put the party back in Libertarian Party. You know what I mean? It's like, if you're not like having a good time, how are you going to attract people to your movement? You know, even Ron Paul back in the day recognized like you need music and young people if you want your cause to grow. Right. And so, you know, this is why I created FreeNauts. And this is why I think it's all downstream from culture. You know, that's why more and more people in the Libertarian Party are starting to realize this and shift focus to some of these types of things that can just explode the party like really way more fast than the strategies they've been using so far, in my opinion. So yeah, I'm looking forward. This will be my first national convention. No, that's not true. I went to one national convention back in the day in Orlando, but it's been a while. So
yeah, and I'll say at the moment, so far this event is free, and we want to keep it free, but we also have no money. So if there's anyone out there that also wants to keep it free, so that we don't have to sell tickets, we really want to keep it open. So if there's anyone who just like really loves the idea of the party, loves the theme, wants as many people as possible to be able to attend and be able to hear the stories of these enemies of the state, we really welcome your contributions. And this is, you know, completely grassroots. We have pretty much no budget to start with, and we've come a long way with some generous donors that have helped us, but we still have very little. So appreciate any help for anyone who really loves the theme and loves what we're doing.
Yeah, guys, any donations would be greatly appreciated. I'm going to drop the link in there. Yeah, so I have, like I said, I have Kunos on here all the time. Obviously, I think this is a worthy one. That's why I'm a part of it. I think this it will be a good use of funds for sure. It's going to benefit the Liberty movement, and it's going to directly benefit Monero in a very real way. Guys, thank you so much. Anything else you guys want to put out there? Any other thoughts?
Shout out to Cake Wallet, one of the freaking most based companies in the world, truly, in my opinion. It's always nice to see them helping out, contributing, and sponsoring like almost every event that they should be, it seems. So hats off. If you guys don't have Cake Wallet already, probably 95% of the people listening to the show do, but download that wallet. And yeah, like you're going to need the wallet when they're passing out, if they're doing the same way again, the way you guys gave out Monero at the event in Miami with the cards, where you then like claim the redeem thing to get your free Monero. So that's through Cake Wallet. So you might as well just download Cake Wallet now. This Kuno thing is really cool. Shout out to whoever built that.
That's
I'm gonna jump-
Anarchio. Yeah.
That's
Anonymous
awesome.
in the community. He's also the guy who built XMR Bazaar for me. He's
So,
doing amazing work for Monero. I think we're gonna try to post actually a Kuno for him soon to kind of raise him some funds. He does tremendous amount of work for the Monero community, developing open source applications that people can actually really use. Right? We have the hardcore devs like building the protocol. You have businesses like Cake. And then you got people like this, like Anarchio, that's just like pumping out these little useful apps for people to use. That's actually making Monero usable in a powerful way, and just open source, doing it out of the kindness of his heart. There's there's really no profit motive behind this at all. The guy who currently is hosting it for Anarchio, he put some ads on his site for his VPN, and that's it. All donations for any Kuno go directly to who's ever running the Kuno. There's no fees taken or anything. So, definitely kudos to Anarchio.
Kudos for Kuno. And by the way, I'm gonna need some more coffee. Hopefully, you guys are gonna be bringing some of that delicious coffee that you guys usually have.
Yeah, we're gonna do that. We'll do that for sure. I live off that at the that's what keeps me going at the conferences. I'm just like making espressos, hooking people up with Monero wallets, and just like
I swear, I'm not like a big coffee snob, but that bag of coffee I brought home from you guys I haven't had a bag as good since then. Honestly, it's really
fantastic.
And I'm Colombian, so I'll probably get in trouble for saying that because it's coffee, right? It's
no, it is Colombian now. Now it's Colombian. Now it is.
Okay. Well, we had right?
Yeah, originally it was from Guatemala. And then actually we had some coffee from Mexico for some time, but now no, we've been all Colombia for a while now from this one farm. We'll get them on soon too. I actually just spoke to the guy who's been helping us out tremendously with Gratuitous. He lives in Colombia. We'll have him on the show soon.
Well, that seems more fitting. Colombia is the place for coffee. So
so
awesome.
Yes.
Cool. Looking forward to tasting the new bags.
All right, guys. Why don't you stick around if you can? I think we're going to go ahead and bring up viewers on stage. I don't know if we have anybody that wants to jump on. I'll put the link in. Hold on one second, guys. Let me run the segment here.
Cool. I can stick around for a couple minutes.
Yeah. Please do if you can. We'll see if anybody has any questions. And all right, hold up.
It's the Viewers on Stage segment. It's that time where we invite you, the viewers, up on stage to comment on anything you've heard so far today, ask the guest a question, or maybe talk about one of the news topics. Come on down.
All right, I'm posting the StreamYard link in the chat. All you have to do is click on that, and we can bring you up on stage. You'll be in the backstage until we bring you up. So we got Michael 10. Who we got? Anybody? We got Alaskan on. All right.
Hey, by the way, you guys want to know an interesting little factoid that I was reminded of when you guys were talking about the people's awareness of Ross being one of them. FreeRoss.org. Sign the petition if you guys haven't already. I heard from Roger Stone that Donald Trump received more petition requests to pardon Ross Ulbricht than anyone else. When Trump was on his way out of office and he was getting all those pardon requests on his way out, Ross Ulbricht fans sent more requests than anyone else, which is interesting. And the fact that we know Donald Trump knows about Ross Ulbricht's case. He's fully aware. So I don't have high hopes necessarily of getting these sort of politicians to do these sorts of things, but I mean for Ross Ulbricht's case, there's not a lot of options. So it's worth thinking about.
Yeah, man, definitely good points. I'm sending the first donation here. Just to see if this works. Sent a small donation just to see if the Kuno is currently working. Feel free. to send test ones as well. Who do we got? Who wants to chime in here? I see Michael 10. Michael, what's going up, man?
Yo, good morning. I got my coffee. Makes me happy. And with as far as Ross Silk Road gentlemen, they were big on the BTC forum on Reddit was big about Ross, and then of course Roger runs that as well. So I think that might have been why there was some overlap, as you mentioned. And yeah, what happened recently in all this space.
yeah. What are what's your current thoughts, man? I mean, we're under full-fledged attack, it feels like right now, right?
Yeah, when I first started watching, I saw the Trump stream, and I was like, is this AI generated? And then it kept going on. I'm like, wait, is this the whole show today? Is it just a blooper of Trump for some reason? Like, because of what's going on? I don't know. And then I did not know he was going to be at the Libertarian convention. And I guess in certain ways it does and does not surprise me both. And then somebody mentioned it was happened in 2015. So yeah, and FreeNauts, you're from, or AV, you're from the part of the Libertarian movement, it sounds like.
I mean, yeah, I'm a long-time Libertarian from the Ron Paul 2008 days, and I, for a few years, was the chairman of the Broward County Libertarian Party down here in South Florida.
Oh, wow. So, yeah, serious integration to a certain extent. Yeah, and I see this, it's like, yeah, freedom and then the nanny state. When I was on Doug's show, I talked about that book by the psychiatrist, Faith and Freedom, Libertarian Principles and Psychiatric Practices. And I really do see money, if as far as the government and, printing money, I see how it's all related myself, but I won't go into that too much unless it's requested. But Doug knows I could. But yeah, with Monero and Bitcoin Cash and Roger Ver, lots been going on, and I just hope that we move towards freedom and responsibility and not treating American citizens like criminals when we are supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. And that seems like we should have the right to use privacy coins, people who are peaceful individuals, which would seem to be in line with libertarian principles, as I see it. So, and then also with regards to money as speech. So if the Citizens United or whatever with PACs now can basically inject unlimited amounts of money into politics is sort of what I understand it. There's certain regulations and what they can and cannot do, but it seems like with corporations, it's like, oh well, I mean, unless the popular interpretation of that Supreme Court loss case, I think, is money is speech. Just sort of phrase it in a nutshell. Correct me if I'm wrong. But if money is speech, then again, isn't Monero just speech? So if you want to interact with Monero, it's like, well, constitutional rights, innocent until proven guilty, freedom and responsibility. So don't, as I noted in the chat, I don't know if anybody saw it, the government should be, in theory, formed by the people, and we shouldn't have a nanny state. And it's like, well, are we going to treat people innocent until proven guilty? And is money free speech or is it not? Because if it is, then, leave people alone if they're going to use Monero in a peaceful way. So
I had a question for both FreeNauts individuals. So recently there was like a TikTok movement about unsubscribing and blocking celebrities. And then on the flip side, you see how they're bringing in, like, I guess, personalities from the internet and subcultures and so on, which is part of how Donald Trump ended up talking about crypto at that gathering of different influencers. And like the Orwellian lizard people state is kind of acknowledging the power of like smaller but popular personalities on the internet. And I've been saying, in fact, even like over a year ago when I was on Monero Talk, I had pointed out how making freedom cool and then making tyranny uncool is kind of like the secret sauce of how you push a freedom, a freedom movement. And every time he has artists, I like to bring up the question of what can people who aren't particularly interested in art themselves do to kind of support the underlying artistic and social communities that make freedom popular. And now, right at the same time as we're seeing what I was just describing, like the ignoring of different celebrities, well, I've always thought it would be really cool to see a movement, even before this TikTok thing came out. I thought it would be really cool to see a movement where people just like block and ignore politicians. And then whenever they come up with some kind of rule, instead of talking about it, we all just ignore it.
There's an older FreeNauts song, "What If No One Showed Up to Vote?" I think that's kind of what you're talking about there, Alaskan.
People do boycott votes in certain countries at certain times, or certain political parties tell their constituents to, and I don't know if that always works so great. I don't know, maybe somebody who knows more about politics can speak to that better than myself. I don't know.
Well, because the difference is, like, the song describes a day where would be a beautiful day when literally no one shows up to vote. So it's like, what would be the consequence of that? But the issue is, you've got sort of like the anarchists and the libertarians debating about, the effectiveness of voting. And it's like the libertarians are like, if we get less liberty-minded people to vote, that's clearly not good, because the more tyrannical laws are going to get passed, right? So I kind of get both sides, but just to touch on Michael's point, like I think with some of the like lesser popular influencers, I mean, it's almost like buy low, sell high, right? Like, so if you're going to, I mean, look at like the way that marketing has exploded lately with user generated content, right? All of the ads that you're seeing are fake podcasts. They're looking like it's a real podcast when they're talking about some product, right? If you're scrolling through Instagram or whatever, or it's somebody doing a review of a product as if like it's totally like not an ad, but it clearly is a paid for. It's a UGC, user generated content. So just like the idea that the influencers aren't really the influencers anymore. I think, I mean, just look at the downfall of Drake in the last week. But anyway, like, yeah, back in when I was involved in the Libertarian Party, really, I just wanted to do liberty on the rocks. Like, that was a thing I saw years ago that people were like, I think it was like Judd Weiss, and I don't know, there was like a few taking place in like LA and New York, and people would host like liberty on the rocks. Let's just get together at a bar and hang out and talk about, freedom issues and stuff like that. And then, I had to kind of like get involved in the Libertarian Party. I felt like at that point to kind of get plugged in and just have a social, interaction gathering on a regular basis with liberty-minded people. But really, I realized, like like I said earlier, I was just trying to put the party back in Libertarian Party. And I think that the more we embrace that approach, the better off we'll be, and our numbers will grow.
One thing that seems very likely is that as the ideas of liberty spread and people get a much better conceptualization of it, inevitably pro-liberty candidates are going to get elected to office. And sure, some of them are just going to be paying lip service, but probably some of them will actually be generally liberty-minded. For example, we've got the whole Millet phenomenon, and whether or not, he's a government plant, he's a stooge, or he's like genuinely anarchist, but just kind of like a bit naive. Regardless of what we actually think about him, the fact is that this dude, professing to be an anarchist, got elected to a public office with the goal of dismantling large amounts of the government. So it's something that's going to happen. Now, I think probably it's getting liberty candidates elected is more going to be a byproduct of liberty being spread, as opposed to saying, hey, we should, actively try and convince people to vote for liberty candidates. But that's going to happen. Like, as liberty spreads and as anarchy spreads, that's going to happen. There's no way, like, and it shouldn't be avoided. That's a good thing overall.
Word up.
So I did have a question though for specifically our guests. Would be amazing if you wanted to chime in on how do you think people could so those who aren't directly in artist type behaviors, right, such as myself,
Right.
and specifically things that just from being in that area most people don't think about for how they can kind of prop up and support artists that are willing to go out on a limb and spread the message that they believe in. I mean, there's the obvious ones of like, you know, financially supporting or attending events or whatever, but what are some things that people don't generally think about that could go a long way in this area?
I mean, yeah, like you mentioned, supporting. Like I support my friends, Jack Lloyd and Philosopher. They do in Indiegogo campaigns, and they should be using Kuno, but for their creative projects. So, and you know, like I mentioned earlier, like the Liberty on the Rocks idea, like start one, starting like a meetup, you know, in your local area, is something I recommend to most people. You know, Bitcoiners, Monero people, like whatever you're into, like, but also like seek out like that good content. Like FreeNauts should have like 50,000 followers, not like 5,000 followers. You know what I'm saying? But somebody who did like a great Libertarians Who Make Art page. It's like a website and a social media account, and they curate a lot of great liberty art, like music and stuff. It's Libertarians Who Make Art. I think you should be able to find it by searching that. And I guess those are kind of like the obvious things of like just like seeking out and supporting those, you know, creative projects that you appreciate. Also, dude, like, I mean, it's getting, I think everybody is an artist in some way, shape, or form, and the tools.
Well, you're wrong. I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I mean, like the tools, you might not have the tools that, you know, would enable you and bring out that artistic, you know, ability. But, you know, there's just every new tool that comes out and I play with, and I'm just like, holy crap, like anybody's an artist now. You know, I feel like I've said that like 10 times in the last 5 years, trying out new tools. So like there's one that I see ads for where it's like you can just hum the melody and then the thing will turn it into a beat and you can make like a music and stuff. I was like, holy crap, I've wanted that app since I was a kid. You know what I mean? And
There's
it's like
text-based ones now too. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I mean, you know, it brings up whole debates over like, oh, is that still? It's like, nah, just shut up. Like anybody who has not had that, you know, opportunity to like feel like they could be an artist, and now so many more people have that opportunity with tools. I fully embrace this whole, you know, technical revolution.
So I'm ready for somebody to step up with their AI bona fides and have a prominent personality talk about Monero on camera.
That can be done with like there's an app for that.
You know, let's make that happen. And even if it's debunked later on, you know, like it'll get traction either way, right? So, I mean,
well, I don't prancing. I don't know if you saw this. It actually came up on one of the Monero Twitter feeds of a prominent Monero personality, but I think it was a session in Congress that had OFAC representatives involved. I don't know if it's just a coincidence, man, but they were talking point by point, almost like they were directly dialoguing with a Monerotopia viewers on stage segment a couple of weeks before, where they're talking about how addressing the on-off ramps of privacy coins isn't enough, which, I mean, there's like one crypto that they've been kicking off of every single on and off ramp, right? But then they started saying how there's solutions to go after the miners for certain cryptos, but there's other cryptos that you can't directly go after the miners. It's like we're the only ones that have random X. And then they were talking about how there's this undercurrent of people building circular economies using exclusively crypto. And if that happens, it's basically there's no way to enforce unless we can find a way to stop the transactions from being mined And it was amazing because I don't know if you guys remember, it was only like 3 weeks ago, but they were even in the same order. They were going point by point, discussing exactly what we talk about on this show, like almost like we need to start having these conversations privately or something, because we're like feeding ideas to the beast at this point. But it was also
who was having those convos? Where was that happening?
I'll see if I can't find it after I do this little rant here. But one of the things that I found absolutely hilarious about this, like, I try not to judge people a whole lot based on what they look at, but it keeps coming up. Like, this chick was like the quintessential Karen, like I have no control over my impulses, like shaking with joy at the idea of telling people what to do. And it's like, the regulators, like, we've made this much progress, but we could really do a number to these people if we can only find a way to stop them from mining the transactions. And part of it, so I also looked into the report, and these people were just overjoyed at the fact that they have centralized the mining on Bitcoin. So meanwhile, like, people in Bitcoin are debating whether or not it's centralized, the government fully, like, they are wholeheartedly under the assumption that they have mining on Bitcoin completely locked down. And that, like, without the approval of the US government, you can't get a transaction mined on Bitcoin. Like, so they obviously believe it at this point. But now they're freaking out about the fact that there's certain cryptos. It's like, we know what the fuck they're talking about, right? But then they also say, and these same certain cryptos, like, they have their own circular economies going, and we can't shut down the miners. And so we're going to have to find a way to extend OFAC compliance to, like, the small time miners and figure out, like, how we can identify if somebody's mining certain cryptos again. So they're, like, overtly telling you that the only crypto that they haven't figured out other than on-off ramps is Monero. So I'll see if I can find it and link it real quick.
So the Babylon Bee is, like, one of the forms of comedy that I consume, and they're, satire, right? So it's like, comedy is memorable, comedy sticks. So if you could do, like, a comedy, a comedic approach to Elizabeth Warren standing up there talking about the benefits of Monero and being private and, engaging in activity that we probably all, realize that she wouldn't engage in. But anyway, just as a joke, I mean, that might get some traction. I mean, we got to attack from all fronts, guys. I mean, full court press. I mean, people have to get the word about free money, and, the word's not getting out very quickly. From
Everyone,
what I can tell.
Everyone say hi to the Senate interns and the spooks listening.
We're coming for you. I mean,
hello. Doug, I have a question.
They're all invited to Monerotopia, by the way.
Doug,
come on down to Mexico.
Both on Twitter and in the chat, by the way. But go ahead.
We could even give you a free ticket.
I have a question about perhaps I should mention it here or offline after the show is live. Imagine I sell a painting of a NFT or something on XMR Bazaar in the future. What will be the profit model? And I don't know, like, I was thinking about the most safe way to deploy it in terms of the attachments to the people that really make it work, and what are, like, I just want to contribute.
Yeah, so I mean, it's gonna it's not decentralized. It's gonna have to be hosted somewhere. So we're effectively going to be hosting it. We're probably going to be using 1984 hosting. It's going to be, known that I was the one that launched it in terms of where it's being hosting. I guess I'll be paying for the hosting. We have Anarchio, who's anonymously developing the open source code for it and deploying that. And then in terms of revenue model, we don't really have one, and I don't know, maybe we don't seek one. If that's what it needs to be to keep it as safe as possible.
But if you don't seek a profit model, then it's not needed to be hosted by you, if that is possible. There is an echo.
Well, slave blocker, there has been some discussion a little bit here and there about how to fund it like long term, especially when hosting and blows up. I think what he's getting at more or less is like he hasn't found or decided on a way that like kind of ensures the longevity of the model without risking the legal side of things.
It's
Yeah, I don't
pretty
even know
pretty
the-
well protected. I mean, it's pretty much analogous to BISC or Havino in terms of where it stands legally, right? So
it runs on a server, right?
it runs on a server. People are transacting effectively, peer to peer. It's not going through. XMR Bazaar is never holding any Monero. Is never in between the transaction. There is multi-sig, but that's being run by mediators. Anybody can be a mediator. So similar to BISC in that people can come on and play the role of a mediator. And the mediators can receive a small fee for that service for partaking in the multi-sig. But beyond that, there's really no interaction from XMR Bazaar.
There's another level to this slave blocker, which is keep in mind that their primary argument, bro, is that they're trying to claim that Monero is laundering.
There is an echo. There is an echo.
I don't know where that. Oh, it might be Linus, but there's this premise that Monero is laundering terrorist funds. Well, if you have transactions over the ClearNet of stuff for Monero, it's harder to make that argument. So it's probably a little farther down the list of what they would be going for.
Right. This isn't an exchange. It's a way for people to buy and sell goods and services. Do they at some point start selling gold coins for Monero? Sure, maybe that happens. But this
maybe people already do. In fact, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe people already do. But it's going to be ClearNet, as Galascanon saying, and it's going to be up to the users to abide the laws of their jurisdiction in how they use this platform. And so no illegal activity is going to be allowed on it. It's just a way for people to sell goods and services directly to each other for digital cash. Is that premise illegal? As far as I understand, no, that's absolutely not illegal to do in the U.S. So they'd really have to move the goalposts much further, I think, to get to shutting down XMR Bazaar.
So I linked that video, by the way, if anybody wants to share it. It's up to you.
You are echoing, Alaskanon. You are echoing, Alaskanon. But so someone will have to moderate it, right?
Like yeah, it will have to be moderated.
I think that's the most tricky part. I mean,
terms of service will be that users are responsible for the transactions they make and for the posts that they list. They're responsible and must follow the laws of their jurisdiction. But there'll be some mediation that needs to take place, curation that needs to take place. If you see things that are flagrantly illegal, they would need to be removed.
If you guys want to share that link, I also sent it directly to you on Twitter, Doug.
What is this link now?
That's the video I was talking about, the OFAC compliance discussion.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I could try to bring that up.
But I mean, I think that the dollar on ramps in terms of the XMR Bazaar should not happen, and I hope that you make it as detached as possible from yourself, Doug. That's just my opinion.
What do you mean? What do you mean the dollar on ramps? What are you saying?
Like you mentioned that perhaps there could be some payments in dollars as well as Monero on the XMR Bazaar.
No, just be all Monero or goldbacks. We're thinking of trying to add goldbacks as well.
Ah, that's even better.
Yeah, I would love to do that from the get-go.
Constitutional silver too.
Yeah, we can move into things like that. But Monero would be the base tool that's used. And yeah, I think maybe like if we added gold backs, so maybe the idea being when somebody sends their gold backs, they would lock up the Monero and the multisig, and then once the gold backs are received, once the gold backs are received, the Monero could go back to the sender. So maybe it could be done that way, is the thought.
So the code could be cloned and cloaked, so many servers run XMR Bazaar, many versions of it. That would be even better, like a sea of hatred.
I do advocate for hatred seas.
I mean, yeah, you guys could clue me in on some thoughts on how you think this thing should be structured. I'm open to all ideas.
I really think you should check out that link that I sent you, though, man, because I'm not even joking. It's almost like they're responding to this show. Like, you should see it.
Okay. You sent it in my DMs here? Hold on.
Yeah, there's also a link in the chat.
Oh, there's a link in the chat. Okay. Oh, in the private chat? Oh, shit.
Like, for example, I have the Voider phone system. If I could, I would have it on GitHub, but not linked to me. Like, but to have stuff on GitHub, you need to leave your email address, and nowadays to leave the email address, you're screwed. So I just hope you make it attached to yourself, Doug. That's for what it's worth.
Well, it can only be detached in so much, right? I mean, so I'm just being a realist of that, and so it's the strategy is we're not doing anything illegal, so it doesn't need to be completely detached. That is the goal. Now, I guess what we're saying is that technically possible. I think it is.
I think we all need to be a little bit more comfortable with going to prison for what we believe in anyway. You know? It's like at some point you have to acknowledge the fact that we have been given a golden opportunity to be martyrs for the cause of freedom and be written about for decades to come.
We are witnessing the conversion, the outright public conversion of basically all of us to criminals. Like at some point, we're going to have to accept the fact that, well, maybe not. Maybe we can get control of this thing and stop it in its tracks. That's possible. But it seems like on the current trajectory, we're all going to have to be comfortable with the fact that if you want to claim to have any inclination towards freedom, you just better be prepared to be labeled a criminal. It was always the unsaid thing. It was the unspoken part by the government, but now they're just stating it outright. Like they're practically stating it outright at this point.
Let me go ahead and play this video. Oh, why am I getting no sound here? Oh wait, here we go. Hold up.
Ultimately focusing exclusively on and off ramps is insufficient in the long term, especially as the vision of this space is to move more and more into decentralization. And as you get more acceptance in exchange for goods and services, you can't rely on those on and off ramps anymore. The vision here demands that we have a vision to be able to focus regulation beyond there as the risk profile changes. So in the DeFi report that you mentioned, we highlighted lots of different types of technical features and compliance controls that can be built in at different layers of the ecosystem that could focus, for example, at the network layer where miners exist. A good place to start might be something like sanctions. OFAC has already stated in their compliance guidance that miners may already have sanction screening obligations. So a good place to start right now before imposing new AML obligations on miners or those who exist at the network layer could be to enforce the existing obligations when they validate transfers going to sanctioned actors like Lazarus Group. Ultimately focusing exclusively on and off ramps is insufficient in the long term, especially as the vision of this space is to move more and more into decentralization. And as you get more acceptance in exchange for goods.
Sorry.
So I wanted to throw, this goes on. I just picked like a shorter one because I didn't want to clog it up. But...
No, what hearing was this? What do you know what the hearing was?
So if I'm not mistaken, she's with the Atlantic Council and she's this is a finance committee. Now, there's a couple of things that I'd point out, which is normally finance committees, they're not so overt and blabby about it. And the other thing is there's never anyone at them other than the people on the committee. You'll notice that all the chairs behind her are full. So like they're clearly concerned about this. But you'll also notice that she has absolutely no impulse control whatsoever. Sorry about that. I got guys on the road, but the other thing is she's talking right now about the fact that the Orwellian lizard people believe that their current restrictions and controls are not sufficient. Right? That's one of the things that she said. And she's talking about building in compliance controls at the network level. Right, and that OFAC already has compliance controls. The report that she's talking about talks about how Bitcoin is effectively already compromised, and that they believe they already have the ability to restrict mining blocks to sanctioned parties. But now their concern is that untraceable cryptos and stealth addresses make it impossible for those things to work at the network level. So they're talking about Monero. You see what I'm saying? They're just not saying Monero. And she's talking about like it's a foregone conclusion that these people have to get control over like deeper levels of the crypto economy, and how circular economies are a death sentence to their controls and regulations, right? So one of the things that she's talking about is if they're already taking it in a circular economy, then what good do on and off ramps do? Which has been a point that Monero's been making for 10 years. But
well, don't worry. If Trump gets elected, I don't think she's gonna have be around much. I don't know. What is this? What is this? The Atlantic Council. Here she is. Carol's
so the
a non-resident.
Council is one of those roundtable groups that basically writes the policies that the Congress and other people just kind of rubber stamp after the fact.
Right. It's just like a rotating door between the people that work in government and then work at these
So when people talk about like the deep state or the bureaucracy state, they're talking about these people. Like these are the people that actually make the regulations that then later become the laws. So they're like the actual people in charge.
They're a little less known than this Council on Foreign Relations, but they're on the same level.
She recently served as a director for cybersecurity and secure digital innovation for the White House National Security Council.
She also gets like a ton of money from like the chemicals industry, like Dow Chemical and stuff like that. A lot of people have done a deep dive into her finances, which is a whole nother topic. But the thing is if they're paying you that way, you're pretty deep. They're obviously also paying her in donuts, and she's very wealthy.
That's what I thought you meant by impulse control.
No.
That's exactly what I meant by impulse control.
I mean, you think we could get somebody like this to come talk to us?
Almost certainly not, because the people like her,
I think you could.
They're the yes men that surround themselves with yes men.
You are so diplomatic.
They
I think you can do it.
Deep psychological imprint for in-group preference, and you can almost guarantee that she's like born and raised into these things. I mean, they build these people from childhood.
You did get at the Miami conference. We had a couple compliance ladies.
Yeah, at the Miami one, we had Justin ran that panel.
Could you get them to come to Mexico, though? It's very scary for these kinds of compliance people. Mexico is really a dangerous country.
Hey, kind of tying two topics together, at the Libertarian National Convention, when you're giving away Monero, you should also get as many people as possible to download goopax.io, start mining. There's going to be a lot of people with laptops there.
That's kind of a good. I mean, only people who have already heard of it, because obviously you don't want to you don't want to take the conversation like beyond the knowledge base that they already carry. But I wouldn't be surprised if people are like, oh yeah, I love Monero. Then you say, all right, show me your goo packs. And if they don't have it, you just start shaming them for their love of tyranny and their hatred of freedom.
Like, I went to Mexico City once, and then we went to the pyramids. Would that be included in the excursion, putting a flag of Monero on top of the pyramid?
Yes, definitely. That's
you also have to drench the stairs in the blood of a bureaucrat. That's what I heard.
In Mexico, they might actually support that. They're not fond of bureaucrats.
I will admit I was pretty impressed with the uber-based take of the president on bankers in Israel controlling the Senate and Congress and all of that. I was like, oh damn, like he ain't messing around.
There's an election coming up, and it does look like it's possible that a Zionist shill will be. It could potentially be the next president of Mexico. That would be very sad if that happens, but it looks like there's going to be a big push to try and make that happen. She stole it's rumored that she basically fraudulently stole the party nomination. I don't remember which party she's from, but
every time she's outside, they throw rocks at her.
Yeah, all hope is not lost for sure. I think there's still a spirit of freedom here in Mexico.
You gotta believe, right? And the thing is it's only if we can hold out long enough, the tech will kind of like provide quite a boost. Because the downfall of the strategy of our Orwellian overlords is there has to be this point where they collapse the existing system in order to replace it with a new system, and they can't like stave off the collapse forever just because of math, right? And so if we're able to create such a thing as like circular economies and a wider adoption of just general personal independence and individual freedom, it kind of does a lot of the hefty lifting for us in the long term.
I'd always caution Monero people to be just be careful with thinking that all we need is technology. These are just tools. Tools can be used for good and for bad. And the marching advance of technology doesn't necessarily ensure freedom. The only thing that ensures freedom is people actually using the technologies in a way that enhances freedom and stops tyrants. So I would just caution that we don't want to be like the maximalists, the Bitcoin maximalists that believe their HODL is sufficient to save the world.
Actually, I had a little bit of a conversation with like a BTC maxi, and he was talking about how it's impossible to fund wars without fiat. And it's like, you realize that wars were funded without fiat for like 4,500 years at least. And then he's like, well, you can't do it as long. And it's like, dude, there's literally wars called like the 100 Years War or the 99 Years War. It's like some of the wars that were funded with non-fiat economies are branded as extremely long wars, right? And so it kind of got his attention a little bit. And we did. It was kind of cool because just as I was pretty much like black-pilled on the idea that any of them were ever going to wake up, like he did actually like kind of turn his attention towards the conversation and change his mind a little bit, which I was very pleased with. But beyond that, like it's definitely like a serious issue in the BTC crowd. But there's a lot of people who have this impression that, just like you're saying, that Monero can solve the problem too, but it doesn't necessarily solve it unless you're willing to go the distance, right? You have to be using the tech.
That's also when they introduce fiat currency. Oftentimes they'll fractionally reserve gold or Bitcoin or whatever else is custodial.
David just wanted to say hi to everybody.
Can people hear me, by the way?
Hello. Hi, David. Yeah, we hear you. We hear you. Hi, David. What's going on?
Go ahead and say what you want.
Good.
How are you? What else? What else? Anybody else got anything they want to throw out there?
I think it was notable. So on Reddit recently, on the Monero subreddit, somebody, I think in reaction to the local Monero thing, there was a post, new sub for XMR P2P traders. It's, xmrp2p.reddit.com. And so I thought that was notable. And like with the Fediverse and Lemmy, some of this could be moved. I don't know how long that'll last on Reddit, depending what they're doing. But, there's like Lemmy and the Fediverse. That's a potential alternative. Again, if peaceful people that want to use Monero as money as speech want to interact as citizens, there's stuff out there. So anyhow.
Good points. Good points. What is the what is the subreddit where this is taking place?
It's called P2P, or excuse me, XMR P2P. So if you go to reddit.com/r/XMR P2P, there's only 190 members, which is quite a few for only being open for like a week. But the idea of, okay, local Monero is down. Well, how can people who want to use Monero interact in a sense of like, on a peer-to-peer level, doing whatever with Monero? How can like-minded individuals who want to interact connect? And
I just had a good thought too of how obviously the obvious ways Bazaar could help is people start using it for their own devices, right? And they start effectively trading Monero for goldbacks or Monero for gold, whatever it may be, or for cash. But even if they, go ahead and do those trades completely on their own, right? XMR Bazaar could be the tool that people use to kind of vet who they're dealing with, because everybody is going to have a profile. They can maintain their anonymity, but they'll have a profile with ratings, whether it's the things they've sold in the past or services they provided in the past. So people could get a good judge of character and trust based on looking at somebody's XMR Bazaar profile. And then they can go engage on their own, right? And at that point, completely peer-to-peer, there's trust there if you find the right person, and you don't need to use any intermediary. It's just, hey, here's cash. Please send me Monero, right? So that's the thought there too, because really that's the problem we need to solve, is just the trust issue, getting people together, and there's really you really don't need anybody in between after that, as long as you can trust who you're dealing with.
Yeah, and it's open source software, but there's a certain amount of centralization, at least on the individual servers, if I'm not mistaken. So
yes.
And there's cryptos like Arweave, that are like the permaweb, and then there's like Memo Protocol, which is built on the data op returns of Bitcoin Cash. It could be open source and put on chain some of the trust. So if a server went down, well, the trust, could still be established because it'd be on 700 or 1,000 servers. Theoretically.
One of the things that I absolutely adore about, and by the way, get your tickets immediately. One of the things that I love about Monerotopia, inviting so many other freedom-minded projects, is for one, it's almost like the same concept of a layer 1, layer 2, layer 3, but it's like an economic layer 1, layer 2, layer 3, where if Monero becomes like the standard for digital cash, like the standard for the liquidity of the market, it can become the layer 1 for financing entirely different crypto projects. And for example, there's Fediverse projects that are trying to replace Git repositories. There are Fediverse projects that are trying to replace social media. And I realize that they might be a little ahead of their time, that a lot of people haven't switched to using these things, or maybe the tech is clunky or whatever. And I think, in fact, I'm pretty sure almost everybody who's on here right now has been involved in a project that was ahead of their time, right? Like there are still a lot of people that are, dealing with the adoption of things like, a graphene phone, or dealing with the adoption of trying to do more of their messaging on encrypted messenger apps. But the thing is that the pursuit of architecture for Fediverse projects, like what Michael is talking about, the pursuit of the idea of having things on chain that are vital for resisting tyranny, it is growing. And so if people find a way to attend, it could be a lot of things, right? Like you can attend a political rally, or you can attend, church services or whatever, and you just try to make the information available. And because usually you have to seed, far in advance of the wave upon wave of adoption. And we've had people on Monero talk that were early adopters to the idea of making available pamphlets that have like beautiful graphics and stuff, red pilling about Monero at different kinds of levels. But go ahead and print these things off for yourself, attend these rallies, hand them out, and then people will they will find their way to these things.
Another place that that I've been sort of spreading the word is, and I did a short talk on it a few months back. It's Bastion. Bastion's got increased visibility. It's that blockchain. It's like Twitter. It's a social media that's fully on the blockchain, that is uncensorable. It's unassailable, essentially. No corporation, no CEO, no place to serve a subpoena or a warrant.
What's the website for that? Bastion?
Yeah, BASTION. And what you got to do is download the app, and then when they turn off DNS, it'll survive the internet kill switch. So it's a good backup for systems that rely on like Cloudflare type DNS services, which will, so things like when they do that, things like your what's that one we go to, the Monero
.town?
Yeah, Monero.town. That won't be accessible when they exercise that kill switch. And it's a good place. I've been plugging it there, and you could create rooms. Like what I would encourage the community to do is the people that are organizing is to create like a room where all Monero people are in that room, and you don't really have to follow every single Monero person. All you have to do is go to that room, and you'll automatically see every Monero person. I haven't figured that out yet. I haven't, I don't think such a thing exists, but I would encourage that, as well as, just alongside of other things like Nostr. I haven't seen anybody on Nostr, that I was, have been inclined to connect with, but I've heard good things about it, and I'm interested in pursuing it. All these communications tools are just things that will work after they decide they've heard enough of us and they want to shut us down. So I'm looking into all these things, and if there's anyone that's that's on Nostr, I've kind of got the hang of Matrix and Session. But if there's anyone on that uses Nostr extensively or knows people to follow and things, put it in the chat, and I'll sort of dive into that. But that's just some of the things that I've been working on in my journey in its early days. That's all I got.
I finally found that blasted echo. It took but anyways, so today I should be attending like another food freedom conference and all of that, but it just serves as a reminder that a lot of us, we have overlapping interests, right? So there are people, for example, who maybe like a lot of hippies are into the food freedom movement, and sometimes your onboarding of people in the food freedom movement might be something like, oh, there's a lot of discussion of this on such and such, more freedom minded platform, right? Or somebody starts talking about cars and they're like, all of these cars with all of their computers and blah blah blah. It's kind of a gateway to be like, those cars are spying on you. It's true. But did you know that your phone is helping them? And you can switch to a phone that doesn't help your car spy on you, to like your insurance companies or whatever. Finding these bridges between the communities is, a beautiful way to do it. But then, as Prancing is saying, for those of us who know how to use this technology, we do need to make ourselves available to those who are trying to learn how to use it. It's actually Chloe has pointed out many times, like, how many people use a forum for figuring out how to fix a problem versus how many people post on a forum how they fixed a problem. It's actually kind of depressing, right? So, thousands and thousands of people might access a forum to figure out how to fix like a certain kind of problem that they're having with their computer or with software or whatever. But when you finish using a forum after your problem has been resolved, are you making a point to go on that forum and then explain like what steps you took to fix it, whose post was useful to you, whose post was not? This is one of those things where you take, 20, 30 minutes out of your day to help people onboard themselves to the technology. And without it, we would not be able to fight big tech censorship, for example. We would not be able to fight a lot. Like, my journey into Linux, it was a lot less usable back then, but my journey into Linux involved, reading forum after forum about like, okay, what exactly am I doing wrong here? And if it weren't for the input of all of those people who took the time to make it easier for me to learn how to use it, I would have never made it. Right. So it's those little contributions. Yeah. Like Florida's saying, amen. Right. Like, but are we doing the things that the people who came before us are doing that got us to where we are? Are we making it user friendly by posting somewhere how we fix the problem?
I usually go to the devs and I let them know what happened. I was hoping to hop on for a moment. Oh, okay, go ahead.
D-Martian, what's going on, man? Yeah.
Hey,
give us your words.
Yeah. I've been listening closely, and I was pretty quiet. One thing I was hoping to get a little understanding on is your undecided decisions about how you might collect money or revenue for XMR Bazaar. I'm used to social entrepreneurship, which is what you're doing, or what people call the term is when you have some cause, but you also typically want to have some kind of business model that keeps you at least afloat. You at least want to stay cash positive, because that otherwise it's continuous charity. It's continuous. It requires continuous outside resources that you might not always be able to rely on. And so it being sustainable in some way is not just good for what you're trying to do, but it also sets footwork for other people to say, oh, here's how they were able to make a business model that survived. We could do something like that or more. Are those things going through your head, or like where are you still undecided?
Yeah, those things are definitely going through my head. I think for one, initially I'm just focused on building a platform that people want to actually use. So getting that right first, getting people on it, getting people using the platform, and seeing what the regulatory environment looks like as XMR Bazaar grows, and picking and choosing the right ways in which we could effectively have revenue coming in that could maintain the growth of XMR Bazaar. I think there's ways to do it. I mean, even if it's just donation based, people are just prompted often to just make a donation to keep the service running. It could be as simple as that in the beginning. I mean, like for all the things we're talking about today, I do think we're in the clear legally. I mean, we're not trying to build an exchange here. We're just building a way for people to come together and trade peer to peer. So
I actually
Alright,
had
on
a
eBay.
question.
But
Steve
I didn't
Marshall.
understand.
Go
Is
ahead.
it yet on GitHub? Is it yet open source?
what's that?
Is XMR Bazaar yet open source?
No, it will. I mean, we haven't launched yet. Once but yeah, it's open source. It will be open source.
It
Okay,
will
so
be
there'll be a
after you
darknet
launch
version
it, or
too.
what?
Yeah, it'll be open source, 100%.
Oh, okay.
So
So
I
other
I
people
did have a oh, go
can
ahead.
run the
Sorry.
code too. That's cool. Not just you. Like other people
Yeah,
can
anybody
have a
could. Yeah,
server.
obviously, we're the value, like anything else, the value is in being able to create the network. So, a million people can go start their own version of XMR Bazaar.
That's
Obviously,
great.
we'll be the early adopters here, and we'll try to bring people over into our version of it, just because that's where the real value is going to come from the network effect of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people globally using this to transact peer to peer, discovering each other, being able to use the trust system that will slowly build up within the platform, so they could seek out and find partners to trade with.
I hope you guys
services.
don't mind interrupting, but I just want to make sure we don't move beyond this before I throw this out there. So it's two things. The first thing that I was thinking is, I think there should be I forgot what his name was, but there was a guy who did basically you reach a certain goal and then he publishes his podcast or what. I think that we should do like basically a make XMR open source drive, right? So basically if the total between like XMR donations and maybe like a GoFundMe fiat Fed note donations thing, if a certain amount is reached for the cost of the development plus like maybe 2 years of expected server hosting costs, once it hits that, the Git repository will be created and then we'll also like launch it on some blockchain somewhere or something like that. So in other words, like the initial wave of funding is for the purposes of making it open source. And it's like just basically a good put up or shut up, right? For people who are like, blah, 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 open source. And it's like, no, we guarantee it will be open source when this amount is reached. And then, dev gets like a certain whatever. But then the second one that I was going to say was, there would almost be like a cool branding behind it if it was like a vote with your XMR, like a free speech XMR thing where at the end of every transaction, I know, Doug, we talked about it before, where at the end of every transaction, you're prompted with like, would you like to make a such and such donation to maintaining the platform for every successful transaction? Like a person is prompted, would you like to or not? And then like you can click for the disclaimer. This goes to this company, which pays the bills for this. It is completely voluntary donation and so on. But then there's also like, as you're selecting your mediator for multisig, it's when you select that person, like, would you like to include a tip or whatever? But then there's also like a hand selected group of moderators that are basically like behind the project, right? So this is XMR Bazaar, like a list of curated moderators. And if you select from that list of curated moderators, you're basically guaranteed to have, or at least as close as you can, you're guaranteed to have a neutral party. But the thing is if a person is paying some kind of subscription model, they have access to those curated moderators, right? So, but it separates the transactions from the subscription. So in other words, there's no financial incentive to the person having a subscription to XMR Bazaar, but the small subscription model guarantees their access to curated moderators, or a person buying from them can use the same list of the curated moderators. So I thought that would be kind of an interesting way to fund the whole thing. Is so like there's kind of a building reputation, and then if you get a certain score in that reputation, you make the list of curated moderators.
No, yeah, I
Okay.
think those are great ideas. What do you think in terms of the potential legal the way that might be viewed legally?
So one thing that I'd point out is if you were ever in a situation where you are debating the legality, We always have to remember that this is a corporate-controlled, banking, overlorded criminal mafia that's going to do whatever they want, and they will murder your children because, you know, they just feel like it, right? But that said, if from a legal standpoint, if you have clearly separated the transactions and the actual market activity from the peripheral services that are being offered by this website in particular, and you point out that the commerce model of the website is free and open source technology that takes no hand in the transactions, the website is constantly moderating for illegal activity and removing it. All right. And that's what the website exists to do, is to try to keep all transactions as legal as possible, like Craigslist style. And the services being offered by the website are separate from the exchange itself, right? We are just offering services of moderation. That's all we do.
The service that's really being offered is the trust and reputation engine model that allows people to come together peer to peer, and that's really the value that's what they're paying for, is to be part of this.
I got a big thing now. So
What's
someone's
that?
going to somebody else is going to take a copy of this open source software, and they're going to start hosting in the market without any of or at least some of the same moderation. So they might put whatever they want out there, and whatever happens to them will probably be directly related to what also affects you.
No, I don't think so. I mean, now you're being held guilty of crimes that other people do with a different version of something that you've created. I mean, that's
Doug. Where would the
that's an
website be
extreme.
hosted?
1984 hosting is what we're looking at.
But is that in the US or?
That's in Greenland.
Okay.
It's Denmark jurisdiction.
Yeah, if other people use open source software and do shady things, that's not. I mean, I heard Doug clearly state earlier, like, illegal things won't be allowed on it. So that's seems legitimate as far as you know, some of the staying out of hot water. It seems like, you know. So
who's to say what's illegal though?
That's let me make that point. See, that's the thing. If the government is going to have laws, they need to make very clear. So,
by the way, Iceland, by the way, which
Iceland,
yeah, which we you know, they have, I guess, they have stricter rules, right, in terms of protecting the privacy of companies and keeping the data protected. I mean, the fact is, if the U.S. government wants to grab the data, they will. But for good practice, for security, we'll put it there. If anybody has better ideas, I mean,
is eBay more complicated?
Somebody needs a whole legal team to understand the laws. It seems like there's a problem with the laws, and they need to be made more clear, more transparent, better guidance. And so you shouldn't have to be some chemical representative worth millions of dollars working for some corrupt industry to be able to understand the laws. They can hire lawyers.
Well, the thing is that there are three things to play. There is the devs, then there is the people that curate what comes on, like the content, and then there is
the mediators.
The mediators, exactly.
Hey, Doug, when you're not muted, we get an echo, by the way.
Okay.
So it should be as slick as possible, like 3 addresses, like the mediators do it with multi-sig, or I don't know how it works, and the curators receive on an address, and the devs also receive on an address, and that's it. So as slick as possible. That would be my suggestion.
Bawdy, you were gonna say something. I know it. I can hear your fucking wheels turning back there.
No, I was I pretty much said everything. I was just going to clip that you know, having clear regulations and things that are easy to follow without being a super exotic fancy lawyer, Pharisee, whatever. That's just not really the American way. Sorry.
Don't use Roger Ver's lawyers.
Yeah, with Roger, there's kind of this thing where it's like, I mean, there's layers to it, obviously. Knowing Roger, it's, and kind of his personality over the years, it seems plausible that he might not have crossed his T's and dotted all his lowercase J's on the corporate offshoring of his Bitcoin as he was exiting. I have no idea what their scribbles say, to be honest. So it could be that he completely did it correctly, and they're just like, again, arbitrarily and capriciously prosecuting him. It could be that that he made some egregious errors and did things that that weren't quite right per the scribbles. But at any rate, I mean, the dude's a billionaire. So if they're saying, "Hey, you owe us $50 million more," like, okay, he could just pay them he could just straight up pay them and be like, "All right, bye." They're arresting him because they're trying to exert control over him, because because they're conducting a war here against anyone that would try and escape from their evil clutches effectively. Hopefully, he can negotiate for his freedom in Spain. Maybe they can negotiate something like posting up a $50 million bond or bail or something like that. Like, hey, even if I lose the trial, here's the fucking money. But the only reason to arrest him in the way that they did would be to try to exert control in a psychopathic kind of way.
To create a chilling effect.
Yeah, exactly. In a lot of ways, I think they're going to create the opposite of a chilling effect, because when the public says, "Hey, it doesn't matter if I comply, it doesn't matter if I followed your rules, you're still going to come and fuck me up," basically for my speech and for doing stuff that should be fundamentally protected, what that's going to do is piss people off and say, "You know what? If I believe that there's no way that I can comply anyways, I'm not going to bother paying you guys. Fuck it. Like, if I don't pay, you're going to attack me. If I do pay, but then I say the wrong things on social media, you're going to attack me. So fuck it. I'm just not going to pay you from the start." I think that's a lot of that is the IRS and the fucking government is in danger right now of that happening. And I think it is happening.
DrunkDial, me, you were going to say.
I just want to say real quick, guys, I see some donations have come in for the Kuno. Thank you so much, guys. Keep it going. I think DrunkDial, me, you might have some good insights into how effective the outreach could be at the convention.
Well, I kind of wanted to touch on the $1,000 bounty I put out to get you on We Are Change and Luke Rudowski's, Liberty Lockpad pod.
Yeah, we were talking about it before. What's your thinking there? I mean, greatly appreciate that you're thinking of me and willing to make that donation. But what's your strategy? What were you thinking? How could the money actually be used to achieve that?
So you had an interview with Aaron Day on Monero Talk, and he went through basically how he is convinced we have 6 months before they roll out some sort of crisis as an excuse to introduce CBDCs. I get a sense that he's probably correct. Everyone kind of feels something big is coming. So he's ringing the alarm. I think it's important to get him in front of as big audiences as possible, because the biggest thing you can do to defang these things is prove that you have predictive power. And if we can get both you and Aaron Day, so it has to be a dual joint thing with you both on at the same time. That's basically the Libertarian to Joe Rogan pipeline. So if there's a man named Clint Russell, he hosts the Liberty Lockpad. He's co-host with Luke Rudowski from We Are Change.
Right.
Who also funds their show with a super chat. And I would really like to get them onboarded with your Monero super chat.
Yes, I saw that.
So if we can get both of you as a pair in front of both of those podcasts, that would put you basically in the ear of Dave Smith and a bunch of other people who are in the Joe Rogan sphere. So I think it's money really well spent. And I saw that Untraceable also matched my donation pledge. But,
yeah, thank you. So, but how do you see the donations effectively being used to make this happen? It's just like paying Luke to get us on the show, or
if I could add real quick here, at the Enemies of the State Bash, we're gonna have Doug and Aaron Day there, and Clint Russell is running for a vice presidential nomination at the LNC. So Clint will be there. I don't know if Luke will be there, but Clint will be there. So
he'll actually be debating Vivek Ramaswamy. So
right.
Clint is debating Vivek?
Yes,
potentially.
As far as
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Assuming Clint gets the VP demonetization, which he seems. It doesn't seem like he's very opposed at the moment. Like I don't see him losing where it stands at the moment. But surprises can happen.
Well, I'm sure we
So
can
that's
get him on Monerotopia, but yeah, it would be great if they get us on their shows. I mean, obviously that would be the real win.
Yeah. So I guess
that's basically putting
to reframe what I was saying is that make sure that we can get Doug to LNC, and the chances of him getting on those shows dramatically increases if we can get him to meet the right people.
Yeah, and that basically puts you 2 or 3 degrees separation between Joe Rogan and Donald Trump with the message.
Yeah, no, that's incredible. No, it feels like it's within reach right now. Doesn't feel that far-fetched.
So, back to the whole point of,
Laskanon, I disagree with you on the point that it was Alex and Arco that had the unlocking of the podcast. I think it should be open source from the get-go, and 2 or 3 servers should sell only Mazis, like you showed, like just something, really limited content, and then there should be the real deal. And open for other people to do it as well. So you would even if there is a truly bad one that is spin up, it wouldn't affect the other ones, because there would be a set already running.
Yeah, people are free to start their own version of a bazaar. 100%.
One of the reasons
open source.
I'm a pretty diehard open source guy, but one of the reasons why I'm advocating for doing like a funding unlock is because I think, even though I love people like Red Hat Linux, or the fact that open source, in order to take larger projects, keeps taking an ever more corporatized model, it kind of builds centralization into the financing side of the open source model. But I think that there's an element of, if a person delivers a functioning product and then they set an actual quote for releasing that project as an open source project, I think it creates a different version. So basically, you have these 2 extremes right now in the world of open source platforming, which is, on the one hand, you have this almost corporatized model, and God bless them for doing it at all. But your Ubuntu projects, your Red Hat projects, stuff like that. And then on the far other extreme, you have people throwing money into something that it hasn't developed a working model yet. And the way that I see it is, let's say myself as an investor, right? I'm willing to fund an open source project. So you build a budget, you build all of this other stuff for what you expect it to cost. And let's say I'm willing to fund 25% of it. And then the people who do the work are willing to do the remaining chunk of the work. You total up your costs, you launch a functioning platform, and then other people who aren't so much investors as they want to secure the project into the open source ecosystem, they can now contribute to already working open source projects. And so, Doug has been from the get-go willing to launch it as an open source project. And it's my understanding, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, Doug, but my understanding is he wants to launch it as an open source project once it's actually functioning, so it can try to establish a network effect. Fair enough, right? But I'm saying, instead of using it for just the purposes of launching the network effect and then immediately making it open source, instead you go a step further and you say, this is how much it's going to take for the recouping of the losses, as well as X amount of keeping it a functioning platform for a certain period of time. And regardless of what happens, even if it gets taken down tomorrow, if we meet these goals, all of this code is available for anybody to try again, host it in a different jurisdiction, hosted on a LAN for all I care, whatever. But I would like to see, and this is kind of something that I've been yelling about for a really long time, about how there doesn't exist better models for funding open source development. And I think that this is kind of right in the middle, where you can manage the cost of a larger open source platform, and you can also de-risk donating to it at the same time.
Yeah, but the thing is that there is too much heat. Like, I mean, it's about plausible deniability. So if you unlock it after X period of time, you are reducing the amount of people that may run the code separately. And I mean, the other thing is that you have the money, the 3 addresses for the moderator, the curator, the devs. Then you have donations. You also, like, there are many options.
I agree.
You want to make it as resilient as possible. Like the thing that works on Monero should work on XMR Bazaar too. The same models, like the CCSs and the Magic Fund and all that. I think, yeah.
Well, as far as the heat thing goes, though, I think I would have agreed with you like maybe a year ago. But I think that we've crossed a certain threshold, right? The armies have crossed the Rubicon, so to speak, where I think blatantly ignoring the risk on principle is something that people just have to do now. You know, it's not unlike what Bawdy was just saying a little bit ago, where these people have declared themselves the enemy of liberty. And, you know, if they want to come out of the woodwork and say Craigslist and open source software is now illegal, let them come. I mean, what do we even have to fight for at that point if we're not already fighting? But then the other thing that I would point out is, in the case of a marketplace.
Sorry, I'll be right back.
Yeah, but in the case of a marketplace, the centralization of, you know, like having a dominant marketplace where, you know, one person hosts a thing, right? Having it somewhat centralized adds value, adds to the network effect, especially if you're trying to do like the Craigslist model, ClearNet, legal transactions only. You know, the centralization is part of the value of such a project. So you do want to maintain that network effect.
Good points. Good points. Anybody else want to chime in on that topic? DrunkDial, me. What do you think in terms of XMR Bazaar? Thoughts on how to basically keep it sustainable?
Well, I don't have thoughts on that specifically, but I did want to throw out a plead to everyone. If everyone could please get that bounty in front of the people who I'm trying to get Doug and Aaron Day on the show of, but get it in front of their faces, I'd really appreciate it.
Very cool.
Yeah, I just think it's going to be tricky.
Retweet that. Go ahead.
You might at some point have to see if you want to be as idealistic as you want to be for the first iteration, or if you want to focus on something that'll be more mainstream. It'll be easier to be regulatory, and maybe accept fiat even. But then focus on that until it gets big enough so that you have some sway and you can move things ideologically from there, versus trying to get started ideologically from the start.
I don't know. So what do you? I feel like dealing with fiat would just open us up to way more regulate. I mean, now we're opting into their system.
You're in Etsy
what do you
right
see
now,
as
though.
kind of? What's that?
You're in Etsy right now, though. An Etsy or eBay. Etsy or an eBay. Right.
You know, one of the things that I hope people realize, though, is, you know, I think that Monero has basically passed every purity test that you can have as far as like trying to stand for open source software principles and all of that. But Monero is clamoring for people to build actual functioning business models and means of adoption on top of it. And, you know, that needs to be the purity test, right? Like, it's, you know, you could say, it should be open source software from the get-go and everything else. I actually disagree, even though I totally stand on all of those principles, because the reality is the function of XMR Bazaar out the door, if I'm understanding this correctly, is to build the circular economy on top of Monero right now. If so, a guy can get their eggs and their milk and their whatever. Like, that's the entire premise, and that needs to be the purity test for stuff like this. And the thing is this is precisely the on-ramp that the chunky bureaucrats, let's call them, that were discussed earlier in the show, like this is exactly what they're afraid of. So let's get it like in existence and working like right now, right? And the thing is this is the on-ramp to Monero. This is the thing that we're trying to create in the first place. We don't want the on-ramp to be more fiat nonsense. We want it to be, I have eggs, you have Monero, let's do business. I have firewood, you have Monero, let's do business, right? Like this is like the gold standard of what we're trying to create. And yes, I get that. And this is one of the reasons why we want to make sure that it can be monetized and so on. But I'd point out that, Doug doesn't even necessarily have to worry about whether or not XMR Bazaar is funded, because the value of the bags that he lost in that boating accident last week goes up significantly if he can use his bags to buy food, right? Like it almost doesn't matter if it turns into a loss if Monero becomes the currency of a circular economy. And the other thing is, he could probably use that very same Monero to fund the server space.
That played no role in my motivation for developing XMR Bazaar.
But yeah, one thing you were saying, it's really, I think that's it. Trying to do everything at once might be difficult, but try to do one thing really well. And if that one thing is to create some kind of circular economy, some kind of work, not even that, a working, functional, sustainable e-commerce site that uses Monero at all. If it can do that alone, that would be itself a big headway into the future. And then you could grow from there too.
Monerica is a step in the right direction, I would think also.
Yeah, I mean, Monerica has done an excellent job, like at least creating a centralized point of attention for these kinds of things. But I think Monerica, yes, for its time and place, it was excellent. But like, we need something way bigger where just an individual can do the transact. And that's why I'm saying, the funding methodology and trying to avoid the bureaucrats and all of that, that's even peripheral, because even if it works for like a month and then they go after it, right? Even if just the act of them going after some dude, buying Amish furniture with XMR, it's like they've completely undermined every single thing that they used up until this point, right? It's like, well, we banned Tornado Cash and Samurai Wallet because they were laundering money. It's like, there is a ClearNet transaction. This guy bought a fucking chair. Okay, like, please tell me how this guy is gonna, go blow up a federal building or whatever by buying a chair, right? Like, it's and at that point, it's like the mask, as if the mask wasn't already off. But the thing is like, there is no argument to be had. And remember, they still have to, at least in theory, they still have to put you in front of a judge and probably a jury. They still have to go get you. They still have to send some uniform goon that, has the boot that stomps on your face, still has to go to your door and murder your dog, like so the thing is every layer in the process used for enforcing, going from the Cookie Monster over there at the Atlantic Council all the way down to the jackbooted thug that thinks he's a hero, right? Like, all of those people still have to be under the illusion, even though the mask has slipped that much further, So if anything, like, even if this isn't implemented perfectly and it works for a week, a month, or a year, if somebody comes and, burns my house down because I sold an Esperanto Mozzie doll, right? Like, the thing is they're going to have to go on and say, this person's cat was killed because they had a stuffed plushie that was made by some old lady and he tried to sell it for Monero, right? Like, it's each and every headline is one more bullet in the magazine of fuck these guys, right?
Like, one thing I don't get from the Samurai the wallet is that first they said it wasn't VC funded, then it was VC funded. And the thing that if it's taken down and Wasabi is taken down and there is only joint market now, I have the impression that if it would be within the Monero community, that such a, like, it's not comparable, but there would be immediately another option. You would launch Samurai Wallet 2, like, is, you know.
Well, there's your problem, Slave Blocker. You actually think that BTC maxis actually do anything. They don't actually like do anything. They don't fight for freedom. They see what they do is they take a picture and then they put laser eyes on it. And then they talk about how much better than everybody else they are. And that's pretty much all they do. Most of them don't even have any Bitcoin, but they will tell you about how you should have some because, you know, number go up, Lambo now, you see.
I think buying Amish furniture with Monero should be a human right.
It actually
100%.
is.
I will die for that. I will fight for that.
And smoked salmon. Salmon jerky.
I wish I had enough smoked salmon to put on XMR Bazaar, but there, did you know there's actually
that will be one of my first. What's that? Somebody selling smoked salmon for Monero?
There's laws against it, but if I had a PO box that went to New York, something might end up. I don't know, maybe.
Yeah. By the way, I hope you guys are doing some research on darknet markets because they are e-commerce sites and they don't use a lot of JavaScript, so you can copy or at least see a lot of the code. You can see how it operates. It gives perspective.
Definitely, for sure. I mean, I think Anarchio is familiar with them for sure, and he's doing his best efforts to do best practices. But what's unique about XMR Bazaar is it does have that multi-sig built into it, and so there are some technical differences in terms of how it needs to function.
But I mean, at the end of the day, if something happens, the how is it called? The juries look at it, and it's like the coordinator. They don't understand the tech, and it's like, oh, that's bad and stuff like that, or you know.
Well,
like
the thing is,
you bought the 1,000 gold backs with Monero, and that's really bad because you funded terrorism and stuff like that. So
the reality is, though, Slave Blocker, is whether or not they do understand it, the people that publish these reports and stuff, they do understand it, and what they're claiming is one thing, but it doesn't take very much digging to realize that, like, they are completely and totally aware at the research level what these technologies do, how they work, what their purpose is. And the underlying premise of everything that they do is for the purposes of defending a violence and dollar monopoly. And as a person who used to work in those things, they're pretty overt about it when you're just like hanging out, right? They know that it's a big club. They want to stay in the big club because they want access to the public trough, right? And they want to make sure that it's no different than some, crypto shill pumping their bags, right? They want to know that their retirement package where they're guaranteed a job at Pfizer or whatever is still going to buy them at least this many children to diddle, right? Like, that's what they're all about. That's all that they care about. And they will pretend and they will make whatever BS legal argument that they want in order for the Cookie Monster to be able to go down to Thailand and stuff her face full of crab rangoon, right?
Hey, Doug, when you get a chance, can you bring up I2P from Backstage?
Oh, yeah.
Trying to
Yeah,
get
sure. Yeah, we had too many people on before. Here we go.
Oh, thanks for bringing me. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
We hear you.
I don't know if you got a new
About that
microphone, but you
local
sound great.
Monero, and all these attacks. These days, it was a big one. And I think, we have to make sure that we don't make mistakes like Samurai Wallet. We have to make it like open source, like fully licensed, means fully open source. And then maybe since we are now under attack, we have to look at, like, we have option. We could allow a community, suppose a small community farmers, they're selling vegetables, or like a doctor, he's giving like prescription suppose STEM therapy, because some places it's legal, some places it's like partially legal. So yeah, you can do that. Or even like abortion, or even like extra without prescription vaccine or whatever medicine, like ivermectin or whatever. So yeah, there are opportunities. We can have like donation based, community based funding, like charities. We have to go that route, because like the recent uh, testimony given, like they don't even care about FinCEN. They want, whenever it's in their advantage and whenever it's in their favor, they will allow FinCEN guidance and or FATF guidance. But whenever they don't want it, they don't even care, because they don't even care about self-custody. And they said they don't care about the control part. They just want transmission. They want to make sure if a person sends from one guy to the another, if they perform simple function like send and receive, whether it's in a USB cable or like even a frying pan, they're telling they will consider it as money transmission. So yeah, so we have to make sure not only we have like self custody properly with multi-sig and everything, but we have to make sure like it's properly decentralized. So yeah, and I think for like a Monero, this one Monero Bazaar and Kuno, yeah, we could do like simple legal stuff like vegetables, milk, simple stuff, and then maybe talk with a lawyer as put up some defenses. But yeah, we have to make sure it's like open source and community funded, because if it's there is a income, if they found out any kind of income anyone is making, they will come after you. They are very clear about it. If they found out if you are a seller or if you are having a profit on it, then they will come after you. Yeah, they haven't gone after the buyers, but then we know that first they will come after the creators, then they will come after the profit makers and sellers, and then they will come after at last the buyers also. So yeah, like LocalMonero right now, it will get shut down, but some of the people are still using it. Sellers have higher risk, buyers have lower risk, but eventually they will come after everyone for the tax incentive. And yeah, like Monero or default privacy coins have the advantages, but yeah, we have to make sure like the other guy, like no one's, you guys heard that no one's .com, that the Bitcoin guy who is now opening up to Monero or even Litecoin, Bitcoin
Yes.
Cash. You heard that guy?
Yes.
Yeah, he's doing that. Wait, I'll link the site. He's doing something like P2P market. It's interesting. He's opening up because even he knows his market, his local audience, as well as his customers, they're asking for like Tether and Tron something, because it's, let's face it, it's the only one which is being used after Monero, Bitcoin Cash, Litecoin, and maybe Dash. So yeah, so now they are going to that route because they also know that Bitcoin, with its high fees, ordinals and runes, it's unusable. So yeah, I think we should try to make sure that the back end and front end of our services are open source, and there is no profit anyone is making, and all the profit are done through community funded and through Monero, like default private, so there is no issue with all that, because once
Well said,
someone
well
makes
said.
a platform with the profit margin, there is huge trouble for them.
The DrunkDial me said he had marketing stuff, by the way. He's not on right now.
Yeah, I mean, you don't get out of the tax situation though just by being in Monero. What they're gonna do is they're gonna have some kind of fiat value associated with each sale, and the harder you obfuscate that, the more it actually puts you at liability because it's not as clear.
Yeah,
So
that's the
having
funny part.
USD listing there, yeah.
Yeah, that's the funny part, because Monero has an advantage. You can say it's by default private and it's better for security compared to mixer coins, coins which are transparent surveillance coins, but if you have used Mixer, so compared to that, Monero is much safer. So you can make some defense argument, like it's for activity, like private activity or like political purposes. You can make some defenses with Monero. But yeah, we have to look at that like I think Doug can do like interview that Ray Yusuf guy. I think you talked with him in Twitter, right?
Yeah, trying to get in touch with them. Maybe we could do an
Yeah,
interview.
I
Maybe
think
get him to
yeah
come to
because
Monerotopia.
because everyone is seeing it's not like Monero and Bitcoin is getting attacked. Everyone is getting attacked. Like even like some Ethereum like incognito market, they were doing some private exchange with Monero, Zcash, and everything. They also got it. Everyone is getting attacked now.
All right, good points.
Yeah,
I did.
that's a good point. Like,
see if you can bring DrunkDial me back up from backstage.
Even it doesn't matter how much you try to be plausible, deniable, and all that stuff. Sooner or later, they want to have all CBDC stuff and make us all Uyghurs. So, I guess, for example, I have a router which I cannot access in Bulgaria from the company A1, and I'm going to change it just because of that to Vivacom. But it doesn't guarantee me that I will have access to the router. So it's ever more encroaching, and like a line needs to be drawn. And yeah, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, the threat is actually people forget. It's not only CBDC, digital ID, or social credit. It's actually CBDC, digital ID, social credit, as well as ISP, because the internet layer is actually against us because they actually have total surveillance on that front. And people are not using darknet like or backend server. They don't even use like basic Tor. They just use basic website. They don't even do any kind of encryption. So yeah, we have to actually make sure people are aware of that problem. And I think slowly means decentralized underground. Monero community will have to be sometimes underground, but yeah, we will be fine because look at the price. Even with all these heavy crackdowns, the price just bumped to like 6%, like $130. But in sell price, you will see it will be like $150 or $160 in some places. So yeah, we will be fine. But yeah, we have to make sure our values are alive. We have to be decentralized, open source, with a proper open source license, and then we have to be just careful. And yeah, we have to be politically active, otherwise we are screwed.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you know, when I get on Monero Talk or this viewers on stage, I feel like I am at home. I go about my daily life, and like virtually no one, like every person I know in person, has absolutely no concerns about privacy. They know their phone is a spy device. They don't care. They've so many given up on our Fourth Amendment rights. And so, this is what's terribly discouraging. I mean, I get like a boost of adrenaline when I hear, Alaskanon talking about, freedom and just the things that have always been important to me. But yeah, I hate to leave it on a negative note, but I feel like
do you mind if I respond to that, Prancing?
I just in a second. I just think that we're losing the battle, and I don't hear enough people talking about freedom outside this small forum.
Sorry.
Well,
we're not losing the battle. We're not losing the battle at all. It means that Monero, as it stands today, is an artifact of beauty. It has no inflation bug. It is ASIC resistant. It has so many properties. It's only proof of work, and there is not the argument to be made that we are losing. We are winning, and we are going to continue to win, and we are scaling as it is until today.
I want to make it like super easy for so there's a meme that, for one, it is really funny, but I actually hate the meme. And I used to think this way. So you'll go to a party, and the meme is like there's a guy standing at a grill and he's got a spatula in his hand. He's like, oh yeah, so the government is coming after all of our liberties and we're moving into some kind of horrible technocratic oligarchy. But did you watch the Jets beat the Ravens last night, or how's the weather, right? Like, but the thing is that's an artifact of a underlying mechanism in psychology, which it's very hard to explain, but I want to use it in context of a successful corporation versus a unsuccessful corporation. So you ever noticed how a great restaurant with a great menu and great food only scales so large, but something like, let's say, a Little Caesars scales extremely large and it continues to be profitable no matter how large it is? Well, that's as a function of something called the Pareto principle. In other words, the productive capacity of an individual, the larger the group of people, the smaller the concentration of productive capacity as far as like within that group of people. And so if you have an organization of 1,000 people, you're going to have 800 people that, you know, you'd be lucky if they can even pull their weight financially. Well, why a company like Little Caesars is so successful is you can hire almost anyone and they can make breadsticks, because it's like that you put the flour in the mixer, it comes out as dough, you make it this big, you throw it in the oven, right? You have to be able to give people simple instructions for how they can carry out their role, how they can do their job. And honestly, the first show that you came on, Prancing, I think I very poorly explained this concept, but I was trying to get at the fact that you, as a person who had adopted Monero and had just got into Monero, you were struggling to use the Visa gift cards, right? And you were a person who was very interested in adopting the technology, fighting for freedom, all of this other stuff, but you know, and as a very intelligent person, right, who's all up to speed on like why we want to use Monero and all this other stuff. But then when it came to actually, you know, the tasks underpinning using Monero as a free currency, it becomes ever more complex the more you want to use it, right? So one of the reasons why, even though people are aware that their phone is spying on them and that the tax man can take them to a rape dungeon for anything and everything they want, and that their entire life hangs by the thread of a prison sentence and all of this other stuff, you know, that becomes very stressful and overwhelming for an average person. And if they knew of a way to do something about it, they would, but they don't. And one of the issues that we have in our community is creating those tiny, small, simple steps to get from you are an oppressed slave to here's how you can do something about it. Here's how you can fight back. And this is one of the reasons why things like ChatGPT and Twitter and so on are so readily and quickly adopted, because somebody can easily make an account and start talking about whatever they want. And so they adopt it quickly, right? And one of the issues that we have to learn to address is you can't just, you know, pursue the tech and pursue the lifestyle and all this other stuff. You have to make simple steps that anybody who wants to resist tyranny can start doing right now in order to push back, right? You have to make it from a fine dining restaurant to a Little Caesars.
Yeah,
you
nobody cares. So nobody that I run across in my daily life, and I'm ashamed to admit this, but nobody cares about their liberty. They don't. They might see it eroding, but they're not willing to admit it, and they're completely apathetic. That's what I see
But let me turn it on you, okay? So if you say our liberties are being encroached and blah 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 is happening all the way in the federal level, you know, the Congress is passing, but they don't know how they're going to stop a horrible law from being passed. But I can almost guarantee you that at least 50% of those people will show up to a bake sale in order to help some homeless guy get off a crack or whatever, right? The same people that don't know what to do about their liberties being destroyed are the same people that will buy a cupcake for the Girl Scouts. Okay. When you can create a very simple step that they can do right now to make a difference in the world, they are almost invariably going to do, even if they don't care about liberty, they're going to care about what people think about them. When they're put on the spot, either buy the cookie or the Girl Scout becomes a crack whore, right? Like they will immediately buy the cookie, okay? And the thing is Monero is not closing that bridge as effectively as we could. So let me give you an example, okay? One of the reasons why myself and some very, very amazing people who are incredibly handsome in front of the beach right now started the Get Graphene OS project, which has been on hold for a while. But, you know, one of the reasons we started it is it was so easy for us to get a phone and turn it into a graphene phone. But then when other people wanted it, they couldn't figure it out and they just wanted a phone that worked right now. And the adoption rate of the phones when I get them is 100%. If I have a phone in my hand right now, somebody gives me $500, $600 or whatever, they take the phone, I put the SIM card in, they have a Freedom phone. They always do it. But then if you're like, okay, go find a phone, but it has to be unlocked, and then make sure you don't get ripped off, and then make sure you know how you're going to return it if it's not in fact unlocked, and then flash it, and it might get bricked. And if it is bricked, you need to do these steps and these steps and these steps. It seems so easy for people who live in this space, but it's not, okay? And you have to go from fine dining to Little Caesars. So as an example for you in particular, right? Instead of, you know, it turns into this, you know, wide-eyed discussion about how we can implement liberty and all of this other stuff. And we're like, Congress is doing this and the governor is doing this and all that. Just stop. Okay, just stop completely. They already know. I promise you. They don't know why or how, but they know that the bureaucrats are coming. They pay their taxes, which they shouldn't, but they do pay their taxes and they know that there's a problem. But instead of meandering into that, what we have to do a better job of is we say, I will show you how to download a Monero wallet right now, and I will show you how to use it right now. You got to take the Doug approach, okay? If that's the nature of the conversation, you just show them that it exists, and then you say, oh, yeah, it helps
They run as fast as they can when I talk like that.
But if that's the conversation, if that's not the conversation, then you don't go there, okay? So instead, let's say instead the conversation is, you know, we really got to do something about, you know, the drug problem. And then they immediately get overwhelmed, right? Well, then you can go a different direction and you can say, well, have you considered buying carrots from your local farmer's market? Here's a brochure for when the next farmer's market is, or let me send you a link to the next farmer's market or whatever. You give them something that they can do this weekend. And then say, hey, I'm on my way over there. I'd love to meet up with you. They have, you know, honey sticks or something like that. Give them a tiny, tiny little step, because here's the thing. Once the ball gets rolling, they're going to feel good about themselves. And then they're going to meet those people at the farmer's market. Then they're going to find more actionable steps. So there's a quote in the Bible, and I realize not everybody is like super into the Bible, but there's this discussion in, I believe it's Galatians, about like, okay, once somebody becomes a Christian, like what is the standard to be part of the community, yada, 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 right? Well, I believe it's Paul and James who are taking the side of, okay, if they do these 3 simple steps, and it's 3 simple steps, I won't get into it, they will hear more that they can do when they attend synagogue on the Sabbath, is what it says. Now, one of the reasons why I'm bringing this out in the Bible is I want to remind you, if you ever wanted to make a case for adoption, remember that was a handful of not even 80 people, and it became the world's most dominant religion. When that was written, it was a few thousand people were practicing Christians, and now there's several billion, depending on what you define as a Christian. So you want to talk about adoption, they are the masters, okay? And their advice to us today was, you start with a tiny handful of very simple steps. And then when they've been grafted into that community, they're going to hear all about the rest of it when they gather together. Okay, so this is one of the reasons why when Doug is hosting a Monerotopia, if y'all got a couple $100, you should be buying kids for your grandma, or buying tickets for your grandma. You should be, you know, going down early and learning Spanish so you can tell the locals to come in and all that. Because when they gather together, they find those simple steps. But you also need to have in your hand some simple steps that can be taken right now. And you have to keep it on point. What are they talking about now? If they, even the example of, did you watch the game? Right? That's a perfect example. Yeah, I liked to watch the game, but my problem was there was just too many commercials. It sure would be nice if there was like an open source platform that I could have watched. Now, don't you hate commercials? Right? And then they start thinking about how they hate commercials. And then you say, remember when Spotify didn't have commercials? I don't even fucking use Spotify, but I just did this with my dad while we were pouring concrete a little while ago, right? Like, you remember how when you first got Spotify, it was like, yeah, you can get your podcast without commercials. And now it's 50% commercials. Maybe you shouldn't use Spotify. Have I introduced you to these other ways that you can get a podcast? And now what do you know? He's like listening to podcasts not on Spotify, right? Tiny, tiny little steps are the key, because when the person feels like they can do something about it, that's when their mind is going to open. But when it's this overwhelming, and that's, by the way, why they make it so overwhelming. That's why they attack you on all direct. I used to be the guy who planned this shit out. And I'm telling you, the reason why they make it so overwhelming is because they want you to sit down and shut up, slave. All right. But if you had any idea how unbelievably incompetent Cookie Monster over there at the Atlantic Council, if you knew how incompetent she actually is, I've known these people my whole life, right? This chick is probably super miserable. She's probably a wine drinking cat lady that can't find a man and feels like she's like the most unimportant person. Then she sits in front of a bunch of other total fucking losers, right? And she's like, let's find a way to dictate to the people how they can live their life and be good slaves, right? This is why they get off on power, is they're total losers. Right? They have nothing going. Go ahead.
What is your conversion rate?
Right?
What is your conversion rate to the, or in the current times?
With graphene phones, it's 100% of every phone that I've ever gotten. 100% use. In fact, it's over 100%. Sometimes I have to take a graphene phone from somebody else to give it to somebody who needs it more, like, and then get another one for the other guy. Right? Because it's like, I'm worried about my daughter, or I'm worried, you know, like, because their use case is bigger. But then as far as getting people to use Monero, once again, it's 100%. But you have to speak their language. You have to be able to give them something that they can do now. And then they're all about it. And then they bring you people. And then they're like, you know, I may not know a lot about it. Let me give you another example. My wife just had our Bible study. I didn't make it. But it was a perfect example. So this guy, so he actually published his Bibles, but they use the original Hebrew names. And he's worried about this legislation that's coming down, where just the fact that he published that Bible now means he's breaking the law according to the new anti-Semitism law, right? And he's like, I don't know if I got to leave the country. I don't even know how. And she's like, you should talk to homie about Monero, right? Like, did you know Alaskanon's your neighbor and all this other stuff? But you have to be able to give them simple steps. It's not going to be that day every time. And then, by the way, one other thing that you cannot do if you want to succeed, you have to make yourself as non-hypocritical as humanly possible. Live what you're preaching to the absolute fullest extent you can. Because if they can look at you and say, oh, you say all of these beautiful things about whatever it is, Monero, right? But are you using Monero, right? You need to put it back on them. I'd love to pay you in Monero. Oh, you don't take Monero? How about goldbacks? Oh, you don't take goldbacks? Well, I'm sorry you're an insolent slave, but let me show you how you can use. Oh, you don't want to use it right now? Okay, here's your fiat. But if you ever want some Monero, let me know. Like, as long as the onus is on them to take the next step and you can make it as easy as possible, they will come back. They always come back. I mean, the place that I work now, when I started, they didn't believe any of this stuff, and now they're all about it, right? Like, or you know, the community that I came to here in Alaska, they didn't know anything about any of this stuff. And now they're asking the questions. It might take a week. It might take a month. Make yourself available. Have simple steps. And do not berate them with the next federal regulation and all of that other crap.
One of the tricks I use when I go to the cashier lady, she asks me, do you have, here in Germany, we have payback points. It's ironic because it's called payback. So is this a revenge or something? Then
Real quick, what do you think of the fact that Monero was delisted from Kraken in Germany?
I didn't know about that. Was it this week or?
Yeah, I think
it got delisted.
Supposedly it was just a couple of days ago.
So it's not available anymore in the whole world?
I don't know if it was just a warning and if it went into effect yet. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay.
Goes into effect in June.
So I go to the cashier's lady. She asks me, do you have payback points? And I ask, no, do you have Bitcoin? I should say Monero, but yeah, I only say that because of the 100x hash rate that BTC has more than us. So that's the only thing that they are maxis about, and that should be enforced. Like every time a maxi comes, what are you a maxi about? Are you a maxi of hash rate or what? Thanks.
I do have a couple of marketing suggestions for XMR Bazaar.
Go for it, man.
So to me, it's a two-pronged problem. You have to market to both the merchants and the customers. I think
two-sided marketplace.
Yeah. So you and I have been talking about eggs and organizing farmers to supply eggs for years now, actually, kind of behind the scenes. I've got a list of probably 12 to 20 farmers around the country and around the world who do want to sell their produce, their dairy and produce for Monero. But the frustrating thing has always been that there has been no platform, and these people are not tech geniuses. They don't have IT connections or trusted people they can call up, and we don't even really have that many people we could recommend them to who we could trust and not be, hijacking their wallets. So to me, one of the things that might be really valuable is if you build it, they will come. The utility is one of the most important marketing tools that we have for expanding the circular economy. So a lot of these people already have online stores. If you can build plugins that integrate into their inventory management tools, like I don't know what those companies are, maybe Shopify or something. But one of the biggest things we want to do is not create friction for them, so that if someone places an order on XMR Bazaar, it automatically updates their shopping cart. And one of the most frustrating things I've had trying to onboard farmers and homesteaders for the past couple years at least is that we don't have friendly tools. Well, we have a lot better tools now, but we don't have friendly tools for plugging into their website, or I don't have people I can refer them to who can do that for them. So that's kind of a longer term goal maybe for XMR Bazaar, is creating a plugin that integrates with their product management platforms, whatever they happen to be. As far as the customers go, there's all sorts of marketing ways you can reach out to them. First of all, like all our friends in Argentina, just make sure we're onboarding them and they set up a shop. There's a couple of really good Telegram shops. They're kind of set up like Craigslist. They're just like a rolling list. So you just in the search bar type in whatever you want to buy, and it'll pull up a posting, like a post from months ago that someone is selling 57 Chevy or eggs or whatever. So make sure you're putting in your XMR Bazaar commercial in there. Reach out to every single person in Monerica. And then I always kind of come back to this focus on New Hampshire. They have a farmer's market that I think is every month recurring. If you can be spreading the word among those people that, hey, you can also set up an online shop really easy. It's, 2 or 3 steps, takes 3 minutes, and you can be selling your honey and your patchouli and all the whatever the eggs and meat and everything on this site, and set up an e-commerce platform without needing a website. That would be a way to kind of support and buttress an already existing circular economy. And the same thing goes for those 2 towns in northern Argentina, and Formosa and Abareta. Is that what the other town is? So yeah, so if all those merchants that are already accepting Monero are aware that, hey, I could also be selling my wares on an e-commerce site, and it's very little effort, even if it doesn't have the support for their e-commerce platform for inventory management yet, like that beauty supply store in Formosa, I think. It obviously wouldn't apply to restaurants and whatnot, but there's a lot of people who are already accepting it. Now they have an e-commerce platform. But I would try to kind of close that circle on those circular economies in northern Argentina and New Hampshire. Make sure everyone on Telegram knows, like, hey, there's a platform that's not as janky as just a rolling text conversation that has a search bar.
All
yeah,
fantastic
I think
ideas.
best to jump from Telegram to Signal or like Simplex.
No, he's not saying that. He's saying that there's existing groups on Telegram that currently have marketplaces running, and to reach out to those people.
Yeah, and as soon as XMR Bazaar launches, I'm going to be reaching back out to all those. I've got not a huge list, but it took a lot of fucking effort to put it together. I've got a list of 12 to 20 farmers who I can now reach out to and say, hey, there's finally an easy way for you to sell your wares. And if there are a bunch of people selling all sorts of products on XMR Bazaar, that will bring the customers.
That's what's absolutely fucking hilarious is that I'm literally doing that today. As soon as this is over, I'm getting ready to go to a big agri conference about like both Monero and logistics. But it's funny because like he's not joking, and it works. By the way, it totally
And it's
works.
not that we are not winning, because half of the battle is already won. Many of the people are against CBDC. So if you want to make a conversation, just talk about CBDC, talk about gold backs, and then start with Monero privacy coins.
Yeah, I got one last suggestion.
Go for it, man. Go for it.
So I might suggest you putting together a brochure that is farmer market friendly, so that all of us in our own communities can walk up to all these vendors who are selling crystals and wooden watches and honey sticks and all that shit, and just be like, hey, you can sell this stuff. And that's a way to onboard them. They don't need Monero, but they can make Monero. They don't need to buy Monero with fiat. They can just be like, oh, I might as well just throw it up and see what happens. So you can walk around.
Here's the way to do it.
Guys, let me just. I just want to put an idea out there before I forget. Just just reach out to me directly if you want to help with XMR Bazaar behind the scenes. Obviously, we have the group chat that's going on Element. You can go in there and discuss with everybody, discuss these ideas, but also tell me in that chat or reach out to me directly if you want to kind of help more behind the scenes. Because definitely need help.
You could
I mean,
get off your ass and go get people on XMR Bazaar right now. You can do that too.
Well, it's not launched yet. It's not launched yet, and we'll probably try to launch it within the next week. I mean, it is ready to go, but I'm just saying, if you're interested in helping us out behind the scenes, something you want to do on the daily, reach out to me.
Doug, I want to ask one thing. Have you talked with a lawyer about including gold backs, selling gold backs? Or is it like a legal issue?
Actually, the gold backs,
we think it might be.
Community offers legal help for that kind of stuff already. You don't have to hire a lawyer. They've got guys.
We'll talk to, like I was saying, I mean, we want to try to add gold backs. So I think that kind of plays into some of the ideas. I think it kind of plays into some of the ideas that DrunkDial is talking about. If in addition to getting these existing circular economies that are already kind of flourishing, getting the Goldbacks community into using XMR Bazaar, because I don't think there's really any peer-to-peer Goldbacks website yet,
Yep.
as far as I know.
Yeah, we need something like those two, so that we can tell to our people like who are like criticizing cryptocurrencies because they fear like CBDCs and cryptocurrencies are like similar. So you can just show them Goldback, the function of the Goldback, and then you can to direct them to a cyber version, like cyber money, how it was actually intended. So yeah, it's actually better to have those.
Guys, we're at over 4 hours here. I have to wrap it up. D. Martian, I think you had something you wanted to throw out there. Before I interrupt.
Oh, this is great. It's a quick one. Yeah.
Go for it.
So this is how people can accept Monero today. It's the hacky way, but it works great. So have someone just open up a wallet, set it to receive, and then do the sale in cash. And then on the receipt, write the XMR amount and put that in with the cash underneath the register. So at the end of the day, they can see the cash all lines up. So starting right today, you can have them do that.
100%. 100%. Yeah. And I go to a lot of Chinese restaurant. Every Chinese restaurant in the New York City area accepts cash, pretty much cash only. They should also be accepting Monero, and there's no reason why they can't do it in just the way D. Martian explained, right?
Yeah. And have you talked with any of those Liberty guys or 2A community guys like Brandon Herrera type or those other guys?
You can donate Monero right now to the Kuno to get him to go to the Libertarian convention.
Oh yeah.
And you should also buy Monero Noto. Anybody?
Yeah,
right
you
now
should actually go there. It will be fun.
You need to buy at least 10 more because you're late.
If we could get Doug to interview those major guys, then it will be like a wild, like those Brandon Herrera guys, or even like Tim Pool guys, those guys.
Yeah,
Tim Pool will be at the LNC.
They will be. This is exactly what we're proposing, right? So we're trying to take steps in that direction. DrunkDial Me has proposed some good efforts, ideas for how we could get in the Liberty podcast circuit. So yeah, definitely working on these things. I recommend people, that want to try to help to that effect, just retweet that tweet that DrunkDial Me had posted, and just tweet your own at these people.
And I also recommend everybody continue this conversation at the Monerotopia event, because I'm sure you've already booked your tickets. And if you haven't, we are no longer on speaking terms, but we can be again if you book your tickets right now. Monerotopia, Mexico City. See you there. You and your kids and your grandkids and your mom and your uncle. I'll see them all there.
It's going to be an absolute bash. It's going to be amazing. You'll be seeing a lot more effort going into it in the coming months. Once MoneroCon is over, let's not forget about MoneroCon, by the way. That's happening, within a matter of weeks now. So hopefully we'll see some people, see some of you guys there. I am definitely trying to go to that.
And PorkFest.
And PorkFest. You had me thinking too with all your ideas, like PorkFest, right? Hopefully we'll have XMR Bazaar up and running before PorkFest. And that could be a time when we walk around to those vendors and introduce them to XMR Bazaar. I mean, that's the perfect user base right there.
Yeah, Gordon.
Hey guys, sorry about the Debbie Downer. I'll try to be a little more uplifting next time. I was just a little discouraged today, but thanks for pumping me up again.
Prancing. Tell other people to start mining Monero because it's their duty. Just like that at the supermarket. And then, just leave. If they don't know you, it's okay.
Good deal. Thanks.
Alrighty, guys. We do these shows every weekend at 11 a.m. Eastern. See you guys next weekend, same time, same place. Actually, we'll be No, is the LNC next weekend or the weekend after? It's weekend after, right? So
on the 24th, 25th, 26th.
Yeah, so that weekend we'll be broadcasting live from the LNC. See you guys next weekend, 11 a.m. Eastern. Ciao.
Bye.
So long, so long.
See ya all.
Linus, I linked that email. It's down there.
Thanks.
Later.
Thank you for joining us on this week's Monerotopia episode. We stream live shows every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. You can find and subscribe to our show on YouTube and Odyssey, or listen to the podcast on iTunes, Spotify, or Stitcher. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter or join us in the Monerotopia Telegram group. See you all next week.
Okay. All right, guys.
Douglas,
Marathon.
just one thing. Thanks
Chad.
for inviting me for that beer, and I would hope Monero-chan would be also there. Unfortunately, that's a no. I won't be able to go there. Yeah.
Which I don't even know which thing you're talking about now. What are you talking about?
We'll have a beer at MoneroCon.
Monero.
Oh, yeah, of course.
I will not
So wait,
be able to go, man.
Oh, you're not going? You're not going to MoneroCon?
I cannot even go on Thursday to Frankfurt, man. I'm not in jail. I'm just have duties. But thanks for asking me. I just wanted to be educated.
Yeah, no, I would have loved to meet you in person, man. Like I said, put a face to that voice.
I was thinking about that. I should get a webcam. It's cool. It's just
if you're
I'm
willing.
the comfy guy, so I'm not sitting down. So I don't know if that takes away the attitude and if I should appear like rather chilly, like color laying down. I don't know if I should put the webcam on. But
that's all up to you, man.
yeah,
Obviously.
perhaps when I put the webcam on, I'm sitting, so I will do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, that's too bad. I won't see him in MoneroCon. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'm not 100% going to MoneroCon only because I have a lot of crazy obligations right now in my non-crypto life. But it's going to be a last-minute decision. I'm pretty sure I'll be able to pull it off, and I'll just sneak away I'll be there, just for 2 days and then head back home.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go get some sunshine and
see
hang out
ya.
with fam.
Jojo.
Hang out with fam like Alaskanon's doing right now.
Yeah.
Bye, guys.
I'm off to the next convention.
Monero Warriors.
Have fun with Dad. All right.
See y'all.
See ya.
Ciao. Later.
Later, guys.